Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled board meeting of the Akron Public Schools Board of Education on 12 December 2022. I don't know why the date escaped me, but we're going to go ahead and get started, and we will start with a roll call. Mr. Pendleton.
Dr. Akbar.
Here.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Here.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson.
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Here.
Mr. Perry.
I'm here.
And welcome to our student board member from Bookdale CLC, DeEssence Jackson. Welcome. Hi.
Hello, and welcome. And as we are so grateful to have DeEssence join us, we could all stand if you're able. And DeEssence, Ms. Jackson, if you can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Thank you very much. We also have the distinct pleasure of having our Bookdale CLC, our Air Force ROTC here with us, JROTC here with us. So I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel Ariello to introduce our wonderful scholar students, cadets.
Thank you. You guys are used to us having our color guard come in, so I kind of wanted to give you a little idea. This is something different. Part of ROTC, the main grade that Thank you. Part of ROTC, their grade is based on them taking leadership roles and being on competition teams. These two have elected to form our exhibition drill team. First time we've had this team in over 11 years. And what exhibition drill is it's a kind of a combination of step and military drill. They are required to do elements of military drill, but they also get to be very creative and make it fun and something that they're proud of. So what they're going to do, this is our team captain and our co-captain, and they're going to take just a small portion of what would normally be a 5 to 7 minute routine, just to kind of give you an idea what they're doing. And you know, this is for their semester final, so who else gets to take a final in front of all these people except these two? So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to them.
Simmons. I go by Simmons, and my cadet rank is Airman. I joined JROTC because my career, I wanted to do like real estate, so I feel like it would like benefit me, and I feel like it would give me that structure as a woman, as a young woman, to be a better person, you know, and give me that discipline that I feel like I need to better myself as an individual.
Nice job.
Hi, I am Cadet, now Staff Sergeant Rice. And I joined JROTC because, well, I joined because my friends was joining, and I'm like, I wanted to be with them, I wanted to be in class with them. But it also, like, me joining JROTC taught me so much. It taught me accountability, responsibility, to take, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Leadership in everything that I do, and to stick to what I say. If I'm going to say something, I have to do it and follow through with it. Mm-hmm. And that even if it get hard, to just keep going, because it's going to come out good in the end. You're going to find something, or something is going to benefit you in some kind of way.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our outstanding scholars and cadets here? Dr. Hall?
Yeah, so thank you. That was fantastic. Loved it. So, I love to ask the students when they come in, and I know it's early yet, but what do you think you're going to do after high school? Do you think either of you would enlist, or what do you think your plans are after high school?
So, I want to enlist in the Army. Everybody told me no. Everybody told me to go to Air Force, and I was like,
well, you got two
okay.
Army vets over here.
You got two Army people, right? You know here, right?
Yes,
Hua.
Right.
But I also want to be a lawyer and a real estate agent, so I was like, what can I do that has Army and law all in one? And I was like, maybe I could be a lawyer for the Army, or maybe I can find something to relate it to it, just so I can stay involved into both of those at once. Not so much real estate, because I'm not really sure about that one, but that was just one in there.
So real quick, let me comment real quick. So you said Army attorney, right?
Yes.
That's what I do.
Yes.
So, and they call us JAGs, right? So JAGs, because we got all the Army swag too, right? So just saying. So you come talk to me about your Army and your military and your attorney dreams, and we'll talk it out. So
Okay, thank you.
You can do it all.
Yeah.
Okay, so after high school, because I've been thinking about this a lot, I want to get my real estate license, and I do want to enlist to the Air Force, because I feel like the Army might be a little too harsh. So I'm gonna do the Air Force, so I can still have the benefits and everything, but I still get my, what am I trying to say? Just all the benefits, and still help me be who I am. Be who I want to be in the future.
Before you go, I think Mr. Perry had a question. So
Not so much a question, but a comment. I just want to say you girls are obviously good for our Akron Public Schools, and it shows what our kids can do, for sure. All the courage it takes to get up there and do what you did in front of all of us strangers, I just want to say that's a big deal. And I wish you ladies the best in the future. I look forward to seeing you guys do great things.
thank you very much. On behalf of this board, you are outstanding, and we look forward to seeing great things from you. That is awesome. So thank you very much, everyone, for allowing us to see some of our outstanding students. We're going to go ahead and go to our next item on our agenda, which is the election of the President Pro Tem, who will serve starting in January and lead our first meeting until we elect our new president. So are there any motions for, any nominations for the office of President Pro Tem? Here. Oh, Dr. Hall.
I'd like to nominate you, Dr. Akbar, to be the president pro temp. That is all.
Thank you very much. Any other nominations? Well, I actually first need to say, is there a second to that nomination?
Second.
And it's been properly nominated by Dr. Hall and seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any other nominations for this office? All right, hearing and seeing none, we will move forward with a vote on that nomination for President Pro Tem with Dr. Akbar. Sounds weird to say that. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Pendleton, please.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar.
Can I say no? I'm just joking. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we move to community and school reflections, and we will start with our fantastic, outstanding student board member who has always served so well. So we'll turn it over to Ms. D'Essence Jackson. Thank you for always being here and being great.
Is it
If
on?
you could turn your
Now
mic
is it on?
Yes, it's on now.
Hi, my name is D'Essence Jackson. I am a senior at Bookdale COC. I am in the sports medicine pathway. I want to attend North Carolina A&T to study biology and reach my goal of becoming an OBGYN. Bookdale is located at 1040 Copley Road. I will be a second-generation graduate of Bookdale COC because my mom also graduated from Bookdale. The scholar body at Bookdale is predominantly African American. In the Akron community, Bookdale scholars have a reputation for aggressive behaviors and a low focus on academics. However, regardless of their reputation, the majority of the students are scholars with strong work and moral ethics. I am an example of one of those students. I have a 4.0 GPA. I'm enrolled in college and AP courses. I participate in extracurricular leadership activities in my school and community. I am an NAACP youth advocate. As a youth advocate, I feel that the negative behaviors and attitudes of scholars in the media overshadow the positive behaviors and attitudes that the majority of the APS scholars have. The negative attention makes me feel a little angry and a lot of disappointment. However, I want to highlight the positive of Bookdale and Akron Public Schools. I want to start by acknowledging one of my favorite teachers, Miss Nara. In and out of the classroom, she shows patience and kindness and genuinely cares. Recently, I was in a car accident after leaving a high school sporting event, and Ms. Nara came to the scene. She spoke with the police officers and waited for my mother arrived. This made me feel safe and cared for. I believe if more scholars had this type of relationship and support from teachers, it would change the climate in our schools for the better. Here are more positive things that are happening at Bookdale. 25% of our scholars are employed in community places like Summa, Acme, and Giant Eagle. I am also employed at Summa as a dietary aide. 52% of students are involved in athletics or after-school activities like Upper Bound, Dance Club, and Writers Club. As you all know, I am a student board member. 30 Bookdale scholars volunteer at Bookdale Alliance. The Alliance is a food hygiene pantry club. Scholars pack food and hygiene items for Bookdale families in need. The Alliance is run by Tess Booth, a Bookdale interventionist specialist. There are approximately 400 visits a month to the Alliance. 66 scholars are enrolled in the African American Studies course. I was enrolled in the course as a junior, and I learned about the African American leaders who did not receive as much recognition as they deserve. I would also like to advocate for more up-to-date textbook for this course. 33 scholars are participating in raising the bar with Judge Hamilton, the only black judge in Summit County. The program was designed by Judge Hamilton in collaboration with the Summa County Executive's Office to introduce scholars to the various aspects and possible career opportunities of the legal profession. In the program, scholars are exposed to strength assessments, goal setting, and problem-solving activities. Panel discussions, they answer questions, they have sessions with highly respected judges, lawyers, and even various court personnel. Some of the scholars' feedback is, it meant a lot to get advice from powerful people that look like me. Another student said, this program really helped me think about the decisions I am making now. Another person said, I realize that there are good people out there who are willing to help me succeed and reach my goals. Finally, Project Grad is an educational program focused on college and career readiness for first-generation college scholars. 63 scholars are currently enrolled in Project Grad course, but all seniors have access to materials and services. The 2022 Project Grad graduation class had over $1 million in scholarships. On behalf of the student board, we ask everyone in Akron Public Schools family and community to share good news about APS, schools, scholars, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And clearly I didn't do a good enough job of setting you up because you did a phenomenal job, and I appreciate you for always sharing your perspective and experience in our schools, and all of the good things as well that you're doing is something that I think we all should really be excited about, because we're excited about your future. You've been with us now as a student board member for a few years and are about to graduate, and I'm not sure if this is the last meeting you're going to be here, so I just wanted to make sure you knew how proud we are of you, and just look forward to some great things, and wanted to open it up to the board if they had anything else they wanted to share with DESCENS. Mr. Alexander, then Ms. Jackson.
I just want to say, the essence, please continue to bring positive energy. There's a lot of negative energy going on, and we need this positive energy. You're a light, okay? Continue to shine. Continue to bring the positive energy, because you can be one of the individuals who can help change what's going on within our community. So please do that. Thank you. Thank you for being who you are.
Ms. Jackson.
I concur with what Mr. Alexander stated. Also, I just want to say well done for a well-prepared report. I like how you added the numbers. I like how you informed us on the amount of monies and scholarships that learners received, and programming such as Project Grad and the other activities that the students are involved in. But I think most importantly, what I really love is when you talked about your teacher, because these are the relationships that really matter. They're at the forefront, right? Teachers and students, those are the most important relationships. So I think that's amazing. This is what excellence looks different. It looks like that. It looks like a teacher. Imagine that. You said you felt safe. Your teacher came and saw about you until your parent was there. I want to say thank you to that teacher and much respect to that teacher. And I just didn't want this moment to pass, because that's a beautiful thing. We have teachers that truly care about our young people. They're vested. It's beyond the classroom. A teacher's not paid to do that. Right? They're not. It's no extra thing for that. It's no highlight about a teacher doing that. So thank you for recognizing what your teacher did for you, and more importantly, how that made you feel. Because you may forget what someone says, but you'll never forget how they made you feel. And so I just thank God for that teacher, and I just thank God for you also sharing. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Autry.
Just quickly, as a fellow Griff, I just also have to say how very proud I am of you representing well for Buchtel and APS. So thanks again.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to open it up to community and school reflections from board members. Are there any community and school reflections? Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since our last meeting, I had the opportunity to visit Reimer CLC to drop off goodie bags for the Reimer CLC Good News Club that will be reconvening in January, and that was so awesome. So I was doubly excited when I came in and this was sitting in front of me, because it also highlighted some things that's going on at Reimer. And so it's just always a pleasure to see the community involvement and engagement. And I think it's wonderful when people capture the experience of our learners. Also in here it talks about Pfeiffer Elementary School and the student council. And I think that's so great to have leadership at such a young age. And the young lady talks about being the president of student council and the things that she would like to see happen. And just while we're on a positive note, it highlights the positive things that when teachers and students come together, because you need advisors to advise over clubs. And clubs are great because the teachers are great in working with the young people. And so if you get a chance to read this article and the Kenmore Connection, where it highlights those two schools, I would really advise you to do so, because it's very uplifting to see young people being groomed for leadership. Additionally, I had the pleasure to go to Helen Arnold. And originally I went there to visit Miss Goldsmith's class because I had promised a young lady, a young girl in her class by the name of Naomi, when I was going to visit Miss Wilkerson's class a few weeks ago. And she saw me with donuts. And she said, "Hey, where are you going with those donuts?" And I said, "I'm going to visit Miss Wilkerson's class," which was a wonderful experience. And so I said, the teacher, I spoke to her like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be getting online talking." And I said, "Hey, Naomi, I'm going to come back." And I said, "And I want to catch you doing great things when I come back. And I'm going to bring you donuts." And sure enough, when I came back, they were in the middle of a math lesson. The students were engaged. Miss Goldsmith was not there. She had a substitute, and it was the building sub who was doing a great job. And Naomi said, "You really came back? You really?" I said, "Yeah, you're really doing the right thing, so I'm happy to see it." And so I was able to drop those donuts off and visit Miss Wilkerson again. So it's always a pleasure when we can visit our community schools. And also, I was able to go to your alma mater, Bookdale High School. I went there for the Rita Dove, and then I had to hurry up and pivot to the girls' basketball game. It was a girls' basketball game with the Bookdale Girl Grits versus Garfield, my alma mater. And so it was a very intense game. It went into overtime. I was excited to be there. The energy was great, and Garfield won by 1 point in overtime. So it was a really good game. And so, as a Ram, I was really feeling that. But both teams played very well. Additionally, and the Bookdale cheerleaders. Listen here. Those girls you want to see some cheering? They did so good in cheering and keeping the crowd hyped up. The energy was great. I mean, they had me up there gyrating around just because how could you not? They did such a good job. And then Garfield, when I was younger, they used to say, "Let me see your toe touch," and they used to challenge each other like that. Well, someone came from Garfield just was doing all these backflips. So kudos to the cheer coaches and all that, because your girls are doing some great things. Lastly, then I had to go to the Garfield game. It was Garfield versus North. It was a really good game. And again, it was the Garfield girls team, and they did have a victory over North. So it's very exciting because traditionally I'm not all into sports, but when things excite kids, it engages you. And I think I seen Miss Carter. Miss Carter, you was at the Garfield North game, weren't you? Yeah, I saw. So it was a good game, and I was glad to just be there and to be around that good energy. Also, I saw board member Elliot Jackson. He was there as Dreamer. Yeah, so Elliot was there and just giving good energy. So those are my reflections.
Thank you very much. And I think I do see the cheer coach from Bookdale in the room. So kudos to Nisi. With that said, any other community school reflections? Mr. Alexander, then Ms. Autry. Okay, Ms. Autry. and Ms. Alexander afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so again, just concurring with Ms. Jackson's comments, I was also there at the Rita Dove event, which is the Bernard Rosen Memorial Lecture Series. Rita Dove, also a Bookto alum. It was nice to hear her and her poetry. It was nice to hear her talk about her experiences in Akron, and she had the opportunity to sit with some of the students at Bookto, and she seemed to be really inspired by those students. So it was just nice to hear that, someone coming from out of town and sitting with our students and recognizing and seeing the good in the students there at Bookto. I was also able to step into the game as well. Also at halftime, we had a dance team perform as well. But it was just really nice to see the families and just the whole community there engaged, watching the girls play basketball against each other without an issue at all. So that was nice to hear. I also just wanted to acknowledge the many emails that I've received, and I know my fellow board members have received as well. Just wanting folks to know that I've read them, we hear them. This is a challenging time, but we all know that students here are the center of all that what we do. And so I just wanted to put that out there and say that. Also, since we last met, I was able to attend the CUBE conference, which is the Council of Urban Boards of Education, and gather with other board members from across the country who are dealing with, very similar issues that we have. I don't have the time to go over all the workshops that I attended, but one that really stood out to me was a self-care workshop. And we all know how important self-care is in these times. And so they're shared basically some breathing exercises. I couldn't bear to come back and talk to you about yet another professional development that they were recommending, but I did listen just for some simple, immediate, practical tasks, breathing tasks that you can do. One of the interesting statistics that they share that I found very interesting is that studies show that Americans are operating 50% of time in high stress levels. And so our body is only supposed to be going in and out of stress and utilizing 1% of those physiological responses that are produced as a result of trauma. And that's all of Americans. So basically, we're walking around constantly just in stress, dealing with trauma. And so they just share some different exercises. One simple exercise I'll just share because it's free. You don't have to go to 120 hours of professional development to learn about it. It's called straw breathing. And I know it's true because I learned it in nursing school, and it's something I also utilize with students as a PTA volunteer. And basically, it's just taking deep breaths in through your nose and blowing out through your mouth like you're blowing through a straw and extending that exhalation. And it does slow down the heart rate, and it does help you reset mentally and psychologically and physiologically. So it's something that's free. It's something that you can take a few minutes of your time in your classrooms. As a student, you can do that as well. But it's just something simple that you can do. And so that's something I just wanted to bring back and share. Those of you who might be dying to get more professional development, feel free to reach out to me and I can give you the information about that. Also, while there, I had the pleasure of hearing from Reverend Natambi Naomi Tutu, who is the daughter of Desmond Tutu. And she had a very good presentation that she shared with us, lots of different African proverbs that she shared that she learned from over the years. And I just jotted down a few, and you can do with them as you wish. But one of the things that she kept coming back to is that you can't dehumanize someone without dehumanizing yourself. And so when I think about the things that I've been reading and hearing, I think that was just so important, and it resonated with me because our students are humans. And so I'll leave it there with that. And then also another proverb that she shared was that in the time of floods, the wise build bridges and fools build walls. And I think that's about it, but I just wanted to thank the district for the opportunity to go and learn what I could and try to bring back positive energy to our district. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Autry. Ms. Alexander.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. I also had the opportunity to go to Cube, and I'm not going to reiterate all that Mrs. Autry said, but there is a lot of good energy when we go to this conference because you see there's a lot of other school board members who are there who are going through the same things that you're going through, so you don't feel alone. Because sometimes we can be in our own little islands, in our own little area, and see that these things are going on, and we think we're the only ones who are going through these types of situations, and we're not. You know, there are school board members across this country that are having a tough time being school board members because of the things they say that are going on in their districts, and so we have a little bit of negativity that's going on and some things that we need to clean up. But I want to let you all know that be thankful that we're here and we're not in some other school districts across the country because it's a lot worse. So I wanted to make sure that we all knew that. Also, I thought for about the last 2.5 weeks, in and out, contemplating about saying something. And I know when I thought about it, I said, no, maybe it's not my place to say it. But then I said, well, I guess it is your place to say it. And so I jotted down a few things. I thought about these things earlier. I wrote it down. Then I came in and tried to rewrite, and what I had on my paper is just not going to be, so I'm just going to speak from the heart, more or less. And I just want to, first of all, I know some people may think this might be cruel to a certain extent, but we need to talk to our parents. We need to talk to our parents. There's a lot that's going on in our school district. Things that are going on in the schools that don't happen, that don't start in the schools, but end up in the schools, and the schools have to try to clean it up. So we need the parents, guardians and so forth, talk to your kids, talk to your siblings, their siblings, and make sure that everyone, whether it's an aunt, uncle, whomever it may be, talk to them about school. Their job is to come to school and to learn. Encourage them to come to school and learn, not come to school and fight, not come to school and bring weapons, not come to school to hurt one another. That's not good. And we all fail when those things happen. The community, we're all a community, and we all have to work together. We all have to come together and say, hey, if we see young people out there, maybe they're doing something negative, this is a different world and a different day with our kids, but you have to know how to talk to them, build relationships with them, and we can encourage them. Sometimes you may stop some kid who may be getting ready to do something to someone else or do something to themselves by just talking to them. So we got to be able to go out and encourage and talk to them. Community, we're a community, and communities work together to make sure things work for the betterment of all of our people in our community. And our kids really need it right now. We need to work together. Togetherness is what it's all about. Everybody needs to come together. As I mentioned earlier when I talked to Mrs. Jackson about bringing a positive energy, we need more positive energy, not just here in Akron Public Schools, but in the city of Akron. This negative energy is taking over us, and it's causing a lot of things that are happening in this district and in this city, and we got to turn that around. We got to bring positive energy. We got to work together. We got to say, okay, we can't talk about each other. We can't point fingers at each other. When you point a finger at somebody else, you better look at how many fingers are being pointed back at you, because what you may not be doing. So we got to work together. There's a lot of violence that's going on across the country. I wanted to share this. When I was at the conference, I was watching the news as I do each night, and this lets me know again, this is not just Akron Public Schools. There was a school in Fort Lauderdale, middle school, that a kid brought a gun to. This was just Friday. A middle school kid brought a gun to school. This is part of the community. This is part of the parents telling the kids, don't bring weapons to school. Don't fight. We don't need the gangs. We don't need any of this negative energy. Please bring positive energy. So I'm encouraging all of us, to work together, to come together for the betterment of our students, first of all, here in Akron Public Schools, but not just our students, but this community of Akron, because this is not Akron. This is not Akron Public Schools. We've always been positive, and we continue to be positive. So I'm encouraging everybody, please work together and talk to our kids to make sure we keep all the positive energy and let go of all the negative energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hall?
So thank you for those comments, Mr. Alexander. I just want to first begin by commenting on Ms. Jackson's comments where she took credit for her alma mater's wins over Bookdale and North. You gave me back there. Okay, I'm going to talk louder. Thank you for that. I just was going to comment on Ms. Jackson's taking credit for her alma mater victories over Bookdale and North, and I'm just going to relish the opportunity for some payback. And I'm just wondering if Ms. Jackson is going to be as talkative when North and Bookdale get some get back. So I'm waiting for that. I also want to comment on the officiating in the North Garfield game. There was some irregularity. I'm kidding. So next, so Ms. Jackson did call out something, the Kenmore connection. And I want to highlight this, right? There's a fantastic organization out there in Kenmore called K&A. It's now Better Kenmore, and it's a group that does a lot to bring light to the Kenmore district. And if you don't get a copy of this, you should get a copy of it. They're doing so much in Kenmore, and we appreciate all the work that they're doing. And this board has unfinished work to do as it relates to how we support the Kenmore community. Now, and I'm looking forward to us having the opportunity to do more with that community as we move forward. So Kenmore, we have not forgotten about you. Number two, I guess finally, I want to comment. There's a lot of blue shirts in the room that say AEA on them, and I'm not going to act like I don't see you because you showed up tonight. There's many of you that are out in the hallway on a time delay. I think 5 to 7 seconds approximately. So I can't use any swear words because they'll beat me out. But again, we see you and we appreciate you. And I think Ms. Autry's timely point about building bridges and not walls, I think is timely. And I know that all of you that are here in the room tonight, you're interested in working together to find solutions to our problems. I know your leadership as well wants the same thing. So again, we see you, we hear you, we appreciate you. And there's a lot of places that you could be tonight other than here. Many of you have children and families that you're probably missing dinner with right now, right? And so again, we see you, we hear you, we appreciate you, and just please know, that we are committed to doing everything that we can to make sure that we have not just a temporary bridge, but a lasting bridge. That becomes the basis for a landmass where I don't need a bridge anymore because we're all standing on the same piece of land, right? Pointing towards that true north, which is our kids' well-being. So again, I see you, I hear you, and thank you all for taking the time to be here tonight. You are appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other community school reflections from the board? Hearing and seeing none, we will move to request to address the board. And on the top of that is this board has made it one of its primary focuses to hear from both those individuals that we may be sharing notes that we agree with and those that don't. And I think we believe that hearing all the nuances and all perspectives provides us an opportunity to have a full understanding of what is going on. And so I wanted to just start off by saying that it is because this board changed its policy to allow same-day signups that we have so many people here today to speak before us. And I'm going to share more about that later. But what I wanted to say also is because of that, we have like 13 people signed up. And we do have a time limit that we have to put on the request to address the board today. And so what I'm going to ask is that we're going to take 24 minutes to hear members to share with us. That's a substantial amount of time. But what I'm going to ask each of you to listen to what other people are sharing. And if they're saying the same thing you are, if you can defer to someone else or just share a summary of what you wanted to share that might align with what someone else is so that we can get through as many of the 13 people that signed up as possible, that would be great. And if at the end, if we cannot get to everyone, we invite you to come back. We do have a special board meeting, I believe it's on December 19th, that we typically don't take requests to address the board at our special meetings, but we will do that at that meeting to accommodate anyone that we are not able to get to today. Hopefully that provided some overview. With that being said, I also have to just provide kind of the standard of how we operate for requests to address the board. We invite any and everybody within our community to come before us and address the board. We allot 3 minutes per person, which is a maximum time to address us on any topic of their choosing. The only thing we ask that's restricted is to have any complaints about any specific personnel or anything you want to share about specific student records. Those are definitely not for public consumption, and that if you have those type of complaints, please let us know, and we will hear everyone else, and then we will go into executive session to hear those very specific complaints. We want to protect our students' privacy and everything. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and start. We will start with Ron Smith. And if you can come to the mic here in the center and make sure it's turned on, you will have 3 minutes and to share with us the podium right there. Okay. And then we will go from there. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Smith. Always good to see you.
It's always good to be here. Okay, thank you. I passed out some information. You guys can go over it. But I want to read the summary into the record. But before I do that, I want to really thank, and I got a lot of energy from our 2 ROTC students and Ms. DeEssence here. I know them all very well. Now, with that said, a recent study nationally involved 43 students revealed conclusive evidence that student phone usage showed a negative relationship between the phone usage and the student's academic performance. Every 100 minutes that a student spent using their cell phone a day led to the students dropping 6.3 places in their academic school ranking. Further evidence from the study demonstrated that students believe that they can multitask. That is, they can be on their phones while in the classroom, while learning, and be able to learn their lesson, entertain themselves with social media and other apps downloaded, and at the same time with all that, acquire the skill sets necessary to live a productive, law-abiding life upon reaching adulthood. Now, we say to this board, this school board, Mr. President, Madam Superintendent, staff, principals, teachers, and staff need to present students with compelling evidence which demonstrate that multitasking is a myth. It's not possible for the students to fully engage with classroom teaching, their homework, or revision when their phone is on standby next to them, as its mere presence is enough to distract them from learning. Now, Ms. Autry and Mr. Bruce Alexander, I like what you guys said earlier, what you're finding out. We have a problem, folks. And the problem is, we have a problem. The solution to it, and I can guarantee you, is this, 80%. Remove the cell phones from the desk where you learn. And the problem will go away. Not only is it academic, but it also deals with discipline. It deals with discipline and academics. They're in a dead heat. Now, as president of the Akron Citizens Local Oversight Task Force, 5 years ago, we did a study. We found the 3 pressing problems: economics, education, and crime. Let's flip it. Education and crime are in a dead heat. By virtue of the power invested in you, pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 33-14-47, you have the power to control and manage every school in the city of Akron. We're asking you now to step up to do that. Here's the community back here. We'll go in lockstep with you every step of the way. Remove these cell phones and allow these children to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. We definitely appreciate you joining us today. Next, we have Reva Link. Thank you very much, and always good to see you as well.
Yes, good to see you, Dr. Akbar. Good evening to the members of the Board of Education. I'm Reva Link, and I work for APS as a part-time family liaison at East Middle School, and I've been there for the past 3 years. I have met with staff educators, members of the community, all the SUPs, the BLTs, the SIPs, and everything else that's in the building that's involving the students. And I've listened and expressed my concern with the climate in the school. And so this is what I feel, and I concur with Ron Smith. I'm here to express my concern with the students' use or misuse of their cell phones, and to ask the board to consider banning or putting a tight restriction on the use of them during class and school hours. Although there is a practice in place at East Middle School that uses a traffic light on the door, class door, that signals when and if students can use their phones, it is ineffective when students obtain hall passes, take their phones to the restrooms or in the hallways and make contact with friends. All of this is not known to the staff until the bell rings and the total chaos breaks out in the hall. It's the major cause of disruption, distraction, and violence in our buildings. It also leaves the staff in an ongoing alert mode to dispel fights, conduct investigations, issue disciplines, which prevents or limits them to focus on educating and managing of the building. Students with cell phones now have the power and control that they are not mature enough to handle. We experienced upset, irate, disrespectful calls from parents, guardians about incidents we have either not heard about yet or had an opportunity to even investigate. But they already know the spiel on what went down. So we experienced parents, guardians coming to the building, demanding answers to questions that we have little to no information based upon what their student has told them on their cell phones. In incidents of safe school modes, students have called home, panicked about the safe mode status, thereby creating an influx of calls to the office, and some parent guardians have come to the building in an attempt to sign their students out early because of the panic and the threat of panic. So we need to take back control of this. He who has the cell phone has the power.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us today. And I want to apologize in advance. I typically am very judicious with the time, but because we have so many today, I am going to have to be a little more direct in interruption. So apologize about that. Next, we will have Teresa Ridgway. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Ridgway, and I am the mother of 3 Akron Public School children. I am here to speak to you tonight about the growing concerns within this community regarding the lack of any real significant responses by the superintendent and her administration to the increasingly violent and dangerous behaviors that some students are allowed to continue within our schools. These behaviors have created unsafe environments, erased hours and hours of instructional time for our children, and caused anxiety and fear for Akron's students, teachers, and families. I am exhausted by the absence of respect and discipline in APS schools by some students. Then I hear the superintendent believes there are instances in which students may assault teachers, but believes that hitting a teacher when not resulting in severe injury should not be assault. How in the world can we condone such behavior? How do you think you can maintain a learning environment in our school while sending the message to students that it is okay to hit a teacher? Just don't beat them severely enough to injure them seriously. I work as an early childhood mental health consultant in our community. Our mission is to work with children and families that are struggling. I teach consistency and accountability to young children on a daily basis as a way to change and prevent negative behavior. It is so disheartening to see our work completely undone when these children reach Akron Public Schools. If consistency and consequences for bad behavior are not upheld when they reach your school doors, how can these students be successful? I am asking you tonight to support these teachers. I am telling you tonight that they should strike, and I am in full support of their action. I am certain that my friends and neighbors support these teachers. Now is the time for you to support them too. You must take action in a truly meaningful way and lead this community in the way you were elected to do. Stop allowing this administration to pretend everything is under control. It is not. Our children, families, and communities are watching you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tina, and please forgive me if I say this name wrong, Stetz. Please correct me if I was wrong.
Good evening. My name is Katina Stetz, and I am here tonight as a Firestone High School teacher and as an Akron community member. I am praying that my concerns and those of my colleagues do not fall on deaf ears. Another week, more alarming incidents. These violent student behaviors by a few are becoming the norm rather than the exception. Our educators fear that these incidents happening so frequently that we are becoming numb to them. Nothing seems to be changing. While some of the safety issues you are addressing here tonight will help with outside violence coming into our schools, you are still not addressing the violence occurring inside our schools. I love my job. I love my students, and I love Akron Public Schools. Yet each day I leave for work, I worry, will today be the day? The day which I become a statistic. The day which one of my students becomes a statistic. Every day, I now am disturbingly conscious of saying goodbye to my family, just in case. Will today be the day that I am injured, or worse, do not come home? I am not being dramatic. My colleagues and I wonder not if our building will become a statistic, but when. How can we do our jobs? How can we educate these children in this environment? How can I even focus on teaching when I worry that I must be severely injured before an assault on me is taken seriously by this administration? We need action, and we need it now. I am telling you that for Christmas, I asked for survival gear to keep in my classroom, just in case. Strong straps to secure my doors, anything that will keep my students safe. I have a plan for school so that my students and I can prepare for what to expect, just in case. I have a plan for home so my family will know what to expect, just in case. I have had to have a conversation with my husband about what he should do, just in case. This is no way to work. This is no way to live. Your teachers are exhausted. Our students are confused, they are anxious, and they are fearful. The community is concerned, yet the madness continues. As we see lack of real leadership in this district, what will this board do? We need you to take action now, because we do not believe that we are being heard. Please listen to our teacher leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kellyanne Callahan, sorry.
Oh, wow. Good evening. I'm here tonight speaking to you as a parent of an Akron Public School student. It is difficult for me to stand here and speak with you. However, I wish to support our students, our teachers, and our fellow APS parents who are feeling the level of concern I have regarding serious student behaviors within our schools. Our teachers deserve to go to work daily knowing that they are safe and that they can effectively meet their main goal and objectives, providing an engaging educational environment for our students. Unfortunately, our teachers' safety is currently at risk every day, and consequently, our students' safety and education is also at risk daily. My child, an APS student, has been diagnosed with anxiety and depression, and recently was diagnosed with functional neurological system disorder, a condition in which anxiety and depression symptoms are manifested as neurological and muscular pain. One cannot help but wonder when they enter their school every day faced with metal detectors, the possibility of coming into contact with a peer in possession of a gun or a knife, a fight breaking out in a classroom, being unable to use the restroom because they may be assaulted, or having to watch their teacher be disrespected or assaulted. Is being exposed to these incidents or potential incidents the main reasons triggering their elevated anxiety and depression? How many other children are experiencing the same thing? Most APS students attend school every day to get an education, to receive a diploma, and to begin their next phase of life. They deserve to be successful. They deserve safe learning environments free from these behaviors that could put their mental and physical health at risk. Our schools should be safe, not only from the outside, but from the inside. The families of Akron Public Schools employees should not have to worry about their family members who work in our schools. Our teachers, our bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, and all of those people that serve the Akron community are also fathers and mothers, their husbands and wives, and their sons and daughters. They should not be left with their only choice being to leave their jobs in order to be safe. I stand here tonight to urge you to work with our teacher leaders towards solutions for safer schools and adequate and appropriate consequences for misbehavior. I stand here tonight in support of our teachers. They deserve a safe workplace, and our students and our families deserve a safe place to learn and thrive.
Thank you very much.
Our community deserves your immediate attention to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, my apologies. Next, we have Melissa Pointis. Please correct me if I said that incorrectly.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Melissa Pontius. I am the parent of 2 successful recent APS graduates, and I'm an intervention specialist at Firestone High School. My sons have both expressed their concern this year about my safety at work. I've had 2022 graduates text me during the school day to ask me if I'm all right and safe. I see my current students sometimes unable to use the restroom at school because they don't want to walk into a haze of vape smoke or a brawl. I see students in the cafeteria refusing to clean up after themselves and walking around in large groups, going unchallenged when they leave the lunchroom to roam the hallways. Kids flick with impunity. Adults are regularly challenged by students. On any given day, I may be asked, "What the F are you looking at?" Or told, "There's nothing you can do to me." And they are largely correct. Students violate board policy and, of course, use their cell phones at all times during the day. Their phones are a means to organize fights and record aggressive and violent behaviors in order to post on social media. Students think this is fun, and they laugh when other students are being beaten up. I see my colleagues trying to manage higher and higher levels of anxiety and despair because they are not supported by the superintendent and her administration. I'm not talking about my building administrators. I believe they're doing all they can to manage the buildings and keep order without meaningful support from downtown. Our teachers are not seeking to sensationalize things that are happening in our schools. We are increasingly seeing more and more aggressive behaviors by a small percentage of our students. But given the lack of meaningful consequences, these behaviors are growing. I'm asking you to make sure that you really hear what I'm about to say. My colleagues and I have positive relationships with most of our students. When we speak to them to address behaviors or to ask them to comply with requests, we do so in a way that is not confrontational. My teacher friends and I are self-reflective. We do not pick on students. We defend our schools and public education with a passion. Therefore, when we are accused by this administration of not knowing our students or the challenges they face, it is demoralizing and exhausting. There's a reason why over 20% of our classrooms do not have qualified educators that our students deserve. That percentage should be of real concern to this board. When staff from the admin building were sent to assist last year with duty periods in our cafeteria and gym, it was short-lived and they were clearly resentful and did not engage. But the same expectations are fine for us.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. Next, we have Nicole Russell.
Good evening, board members. My name is Nicole Russell, and I'm a parent of 3 APS students. I have been watching with concerns the events surrounding students' behavior in Akron schools and believe that the community must speak out as these incidents are increasing at an alarming rate and are becoming more violent. Why are students not being monitored in the halls and the restrooms at school? Why do students walk in the hallways without consequences? Why do they walk freely around the cafeteria at lunchtime, which enables them to start fighting with their students? Why are students able to disobey our own board policy for using cell phones at any time? Cell phones are the #1 means of coordinating fights and assaults. Why are we allowed the ability to continually record these fights and post them on social media? We must not dismay our teachers' concerns yet again, that this has happened far too often. For the superintendent and her administration to try to further weaken the approach of students' consequences is alarming, particularly when students are assaulting teachers. When in the world was it ever okay to land a hand on a teacher? The superintendent is making a statement that she is working it, yet it continues to have no comments or concerns through the other statements of deflection or dismissal. What are your plans for keeping our kids safe in school? Not willing outside, but inside. If you are unwilling and unable to do it, work for the teachers for tangible solutions, and I would like you to step down. Amen. We need a leader who collaborates with others to fix what is going on. Our teachers should not get put on leave or terminated because they step up to a fight. Teachers should not get hit or verbally assaulted by children. Our teachers cannot even speak to children without being victim of the most vile, profane responses from children. Akron Public Schools needs a fresh start from scratch. Students must have real consequences for their behavior. They should be responsible for their actions. We need true leadership in this district and consequences for students' behavior. Lastly, I would like to leave you with this thought of the Akron Public School mission statement. Akron Public Schools serves every student by enriching his or her talents and interests. We develop a well-rounded young people with our strong, innovative programs that stimulate curiosity and appeal to their passions for life and learning. We need to make this statement a reality and not which words are written down and ignored. The board has a responsibility to see what these words are, not just empty talking points. The real question is, do you have the desire and courage to make tough decisions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Alexis Broadus. Thank you very much, Alexis Broadus. Broadus.
Gentlemen have said everything I wanted to say, but my concern is, what is the board gonna do? Y'all gonna wait till a Columbine or something go on in the APS before y'all decide to do something?
Thank you very much. Next, we have Richard Bell.
Good evening, board, people, family and friends. Richard Bell, I have 5 children, three graduate from Akron Public Schools. I got 2 currently in school. I work for the Department of Public Safety. I work in 8 counties, okay? I had some written down, but I have to, like Alexander, speak from my heart, you know. I have to say, I get this all the time. I'll pull people over. We thank you for your service. We appreciate your service. But I need to extend that to you all, saying I appreciate you all for your service. Because as I'm going to protect and serve, I have to send my children somewhere. I work, my wife works. Yeah, I may work 10 hours a day, and if it crashes, something happened, I'm not at home. But you all, whether we realize it or not, you guys babysit our children. You keep my children, you educate my children. Some of the teachers back there, you know my daughter Yasmin, who draws really good. Now she's part of the LeBron James Foundation, going beyond because her drawing. Thanks to Miller South and the other people that helped me continue to mold my children. I appreciate that. I'm supporting you all. I'm not going to beat you guys up because I'm not in your shoes. You know, like I said, I'm in law enforcement. You know, I appreciate what you all do, and I got your back. So whatever you need from me, if you call, I always tell my children, don't make the teachers call me because you don't know how to act, a concern. But if you need me, State Patrol, you call 3267. No matter where I'm at, I'm coming. License siren, I'll back you, and I will go in. I won't wait for backup to come. I will go in first, okay, and get you out. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Monique Sells.
Good afternoon. I am a mother of 7 children, 3 of which attend Akron Public Schools. I have a boatload of other extra kids. My kids attend Garfield High School, and my problem is communication. When there's a situation going on at the school don't call. The kids have to call because just in October, there was a big fight. None of the teachers called us. Nobody called us but the kids. I'm the first one on the scene, so of course I come. I'm the irate parent because I'm coming for my kids. Right or wrong, I'm coming. I'm going to check my kids if they're wrong. If they're right, I'm going to say something to the teacher. I was once a troubled child. Mr. Alexander helped me a lot. So I am 10 toes down for my children. But the lack of communication with the schools and the administration and the teachers is not there. I go in a lot of times, at least once a week, and they don't know what's going on at all. One of my cousins was just jumped. Didn't even fight back, but she got 88 days out. She goes to SOAR now. I'm confused as to why she got expelled. Where's the other girls? The policy is if you don't hit back, you get to stay. She didn't fight back. It's videos out, it's all types of things. Where's the help for the parents that do come to board meetings, that do come to the school, that do fight for their kids, as well as the teachers? Where's the help for us? I've been fighting since my son was at Firestone. It's been going on. I stopped being a teacher's assistant once my son became in 9th grade. Why? Because of the lack of communication. Where's the communication?
Thank you very much. Next, we have Apostle. I don't know if I said that correctly. Please correct me. Apostoletta.
Good evening. Holy Spirit, give me what to say to such a crowd, an enormous crowd, a mighty people. Today is 12/12/2022, and 12 represents government perfection and government perfecting in government construction. And I'm going to read this because I want this in the record, because I have a saying that the more we read, the more we succeed, because financial literacy is not the only problem that we have in these times. We have some major literacy issues, and not enough reading is going on. And I want to thank you, I don't know your name, so much for what you said, because people need to know that you're listening. Dear board members, staff, etc., I communicated with you by your email available on the website to speak to you this evening. It is time to restore prayer back into the academic setting in the name of Jesus Christ. Prayer has been removed and replaced with pistols, tasers, metal detectors, and very angry, fearful people. It is time to overturn the Engel versus Vitale issued by the United States Supreme Court in 1962. The Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993 grants us this right. Taking prayer out is a violation of our constitutional rights as believers, as Christians. Also, the mother's son, who's present here this evening, who was stabbed in the school as a result of a cell phone use, must be addressed. This mother was not notified by the staff of the incident. This is not civil, neither is it right. This institutional racism by the academia, the government, the media, and the press must stop immediately. It is time to stop the mourning mothers, the faithless fathers, and the misguided children. We walk by faith, not by sight. We people of color have a right to life. It is time now to stop making it seem like when something happens between people of color that that's normal and that's acceptable. People of color are not heathens. And I have seen too many times, like in this instance, for instance, where the parent is not only not notified, but the media only portrays people of color negatively. It's time for that to stop. It's time for this to stop, that the person who did the stabbing got away and the police couldn't find the person. Because had it been in a white community, that would have been found and it would have been stopped immediately. It is time for this racism in this school system to stop being the prison pipeline, the human and sexual trafficking pipeline, the place where Children and Family Services can divide families of color. And it's time for the truth to be revealed. Put prayer back in our schools in the name of Jesus Christ. I'm Apostolate Reverend Pinckney. And on this thing that you generated this evening, there is nothing in this program that reaches the parents of these children. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much. We now have Vince Giles, who come speak next to us. Always good to see you, brother.
Thank you all for being here. I want to just keep this real short and sweet. My name is Vince Giles. I'm a product of Akron Public Schools. My mother served for over 30 years as a teacher in Akron Public Schools. I'm an educator, and in the way that we all are, community concerned, which makes us activists. I just want to, with all respect to all the events and everything that people have shared, and thank you all for that, just want to lend my support as well for APS. I know you're doing all that you can, addressing concerns and problems that not created necessarily in the schools, but land up in the schools. And just want to, as a father of a daughter at an Akron Public School, I'm thankful. And I want to thank Akron Public School and the board for the successes that are out there that often get overshadowed by a lot of the negative occurrences. My daughter is an honor student in orchestra, an artist, and is an amazing human being, and is thriving even in these conditions. It's not always easy, it's not always perfect and rosy, but Akron Public Schools has done an amazing job in molding and shaping an outstanding member of this community, and I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giles. And next we have Michael Harrison. Will be our final Michael Harrison.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief. I'm here on behalf of Carlton O. Barnett Jr., who is the current president of the Eta Tau Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and I'm here to commend the work of Dr. N.J. Akbar and other great members of this board, Christine Fowler-Mack, Carla Jackson. I even see Dr. Derek Hall back there, who back in 2019, I stood out in the rain with Dr. Paul and Dee Dee Coleman to help you get elected, so congratulations. But at the same time, I want to implore the board to act. There's a lot of anger in the room. There's a lot of controversy in the city. And I want to call to note the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but at times of challenge and controversy. We're at a precipice right now. We have an opportunity to act, and we can make Akron and the Northeast Ohio community a shining city on a hill, or we can let it descend into chaos with regard to our children, our families, and our greater community. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings to you all.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our request to address the board. We typically, as a board, do not respond, but I do want to just share some brief remarks because I think it's definitely appropriate for all of the engagement we received tonight. And the first thing I want to say is that I think as this board has had many discussions, we want you to know that not only are we hearing you, but we also acknowledge that there's more that we can and must do. And there are things that we are definitely going to do in this district. It's been said multiple times that your concerns have fallen on deaf ears. I do not believe that is the case. I could tell you on behalf of this board, we have definitely heard you. We have definitely brought up different ways we can, as a board, be proactive and engaged in the process. We're currently in the process of organizing a community-based solutions forum where we can gather everyone who's interested in finding solutions to what we all can do as a community and engage multiple partners to reduce any of the concerns that we have around youth violence and just the issues of behavior that isn't appropriate for our schools. But it's going to take a multi-pronged approach. We're all going to have to work together. This is not a situation where it's us versus them, it's we. We are Akron. We are Akron Public Schools. And all of us together have to take a responsibility and accountability for the situation that we have, but also for ensuring that we have the future that we want. It's incumbent upon all of us, and this board is committed and invested in doing that. And so we hope to hear from you as we always make that possible for you. We've had 20 or 30 emails. I've responded to all but maybe 3 at this point, and I do plan on responding to those as well. So I just want you to know that we are hearing and listening to you and want to hear your solutions because it's not just to be able to name a problem. We also, each and every one of us have a different vantage point and have an opportunity to name a solution as well. And so that's what we want to hear so that we can engage in actually charting that path forward towards equitable and inclusive school environment so that we all not only feel safe, but we all are safe and that we feel like we belong in this community because we are APS. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. I didn't have anything prepared, but I just felt like I needed to say that on behalf of our board. And we do have a few additional comments. I'm going to ask if you could keep the comments to a minute or less so we can move forward. We're going to go to Dr. Hall, Mrs. Jackson, and then Mr. Perry.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Akbar. So again, I would echo everything that you just said. The other thing I'll add, though, is board members are out in the community too. We attend ward meetings. So we aren't just listening in this forum. So, for example, I know, as a Firestone liaison, I've heard from many parents and teachers about Firestone, via email, phone call, text. I've been attending your councilperson's Ward 8 meetings the last several months and have been talking about this and hearing from parents that are concerned about it. I would tell you just as a PSA, I'll be at the Ward 1 meeting on December 14th in Highland Square. So I would invite folks to come out. Again, we're here to listen. Every board member is assigned wards that we support. So we're not just here listening, we're also out in the community listening as well. We're trying to do the job that you've elected us to do. Secondarily, I know some of you did not get to finish your comments. I know you were cut off. That's our policy. But I would invite those of you who were not able to finish your comments to please email us the rest of your comments. I specifically, Ms. Pontius, I think you got cut off midstream as well, and you had a lot to say. I'd like to hear the rest of yours, your prepared remarks as well. And last but not least, someone invoked Columbine. And so, I think we're all invested in ensuring that does not happen. And when you hear about a loaded gun in a school, a loaded handgun in a school that's there all day, as a parent of 2 young children, I can tell you that this is not an issue that lends itself to logic, right? So meaning that you can't just say it's a small percentage of the kids, because that doesn't matter when it's your kid, And I kept thinking about that student, that situation, let me say it like that, and all I kept thinking is that if all would have taken would have been one thing to go wrong, and we'd be talking about Columbine potentially. So again, we're all invested in ensuring that doesn't happen. I thank you for the time, and thank you all for having the courage to come down here tonight and share your thoughts and your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. I think the comments, first I would like to thank everyone who spoke on today. Very heavy and very moving. The concerns are well documented and also heard. And I want to thank the teachers and the parents who spoke. And Dr. Hall, I want to thank them who said it's a small group, right? Because then I think that speaks to how to handle the small group. If we're talking about discipline and things like that, if it's a small group, certain things could work in place to eliminate a small group of certain problems. So I want to say I'm very cognizant as an administrator in the school. I'm thankful for the things about the cell phone that was brought up, because everything that was said, I can concur, is absolutely true. As many of you know, I'm in a private school, so the control we have is a little different. I'm interested, though, and I would like someone to email me who spoke about that, because if it's a policy in place, where is the resistance that the policy is not being enforced, and does that then tie back into the discipline? I would like to follow up with teachers concerning that. Also, it was so many layers of this discussion, that the parent who said the lack of communication and coming to the schools then supported the further notion of the other person who talked about things happen in the school, and school people are not even aware because it gets out from the student body to the community because of the use of cell phones. And as a parent, I know parents will want to be aware, but I just want you to know that I heard you, and I'm deeply concerned, not because it's new information about violence, but the parent who said the thing about anxiety, my God, of her child coming to school and possibly developing emotional anxieties that then appear in a physical way. We have work to do. And this is not like you said, it's not a us and them. We must come together, because this is very concerning, because this is someone's child. And that mother just had the opportunity to come and address this board. But I think about how many other undiagnosed and unrecognized instances we have within our district where children are suffering in such a way. And then we question why they self-medicate. We question why, I think someone brought up, why they will feel the need to bring something or carry protection. We have work to do. And lastly, I want to address the young lady who talked about prayer in schools and how we need to get back with prayer. It's no question that I'm a Christian and I believe in the power of God and the power of prayer. And 2 Chronicles 7:14 said, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and heal their land. What I'm saying is that I know in Akron Public Schools we have believers. I believe in the community we have people of faith, and you don't have to ascribe to Christianity if that's your thing, but I believe in the power of prayer. And to the person who addressed this issue about it's not fair and it's a violation of our constitutional rights, well, I'm here to tell you that your rights are secure because prayer clubs can exist in public school systems. Teachers that are Christians, would you seek to be an advisor of such a club? There is nothing illegal or outlaw that a prayer club cannot exist. For a faith-based community, are you willing to call an hour of prayer to hold our schools up in prayer? Someone's child is suffering. And I'm using the example because the parents shared it, but I know that there are more children and teachers with anxiety and stress in school. I know you heard it. I'm scared to go to the restroom because I'm scared of the violence. My God. I'm scared to go in the class. My God. Wonderful things are happening in the district. We have D. Essence Jackson. And we have many D. Essence Jacksons. So that small population we must be dealt with. What does that look like collectively? I'm glad for everyone who said collectively, let's come together, let's sit and reason, and let's get the action steps behind the comments. What does that look like? That it's not just words, that it's not just a policy, that no one adheres to or they feel is an unsupported policy. How do we put legs behind these policies? If there's a cell phone policy, why is it not being executed? What is the holdup? What is the concern? And I'm saying this not just to make a comment because I want to hear back from those who are in these trenches. If there's a policy, because many of you referenced, it's just blatantly ignored. Why is that? How is that? What is needed to help change that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know time is obviously an issue at this point. So I do more than hear what you're saying. A lot of parents, a lot of teachers I know in the audience today, I've seen you, I've met you, had a chance to have these discussions with you. And I speak more not only as a board member, but as a parent, because I do have kids in the Akron Public School system. I have one at Litchfield and one at Resnick. And what concerned me last week at Litchfield was obviously very concerning. My son is in 7th grade there. And I found myself, when this happened, thinking, wow, this is real. This is not just what you see on TV. This is real stuff. This is my son. And I could not imagine something happening to him there at Litchfield, or anybody else's child for that matter, and having to deal with the consequences of what happened there at that school. So I share your concerns. I'm with you. This is my life. These are my kids too. I'm not just speaking as some elected person. No, this is my family. And I fear for your safety, and I want to make sure that we do all we can to make sure you're safe and my sons are safe every day at school. And I'm with you there. Trust me on that.
Thank you very much. With that being said, we will move on to the rest of the agenda. Before we do that, I want to give us an opportunity to take a 5-minute recess, and we will return back at 7:06 to resume the rest of the meeting. Thank you. We now stand in recess. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the regular scheduled board meeting of Akron Public Schools Board of Education on December the 12th, 2022. We now have returned from recess, and we will continue on with the agenda. We will move to recognitions. We have a resolution to acknowledge the accomplishments in memory of Mary Catherine Moore Nelson, who was the first black female teacher in the district. So I'll turn it over to Madam Superintendent to share some remarks about it, and then we will continue from there. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar, and good evening to members of the board. As Dr. Akbar already suggested, that we're asking the board to consider the passage of a resolution of acknowledgement to Mary Catherine Moore Nelson, who was the first African-American teacher in the Akron Public Schools. And this resolution of acknowledgement would be provided to her family, and the fact that she meant so much to her family, and then also that the Akron Public Schools meant so much to her, they just thought it would be fitting at her service to be able to know that her community here in Akron recognized her. She taught for more than 30 years at Leggett and Robinson Elementary, also was an avid music teacher throughout the city, providing piano lessons to countless students at large. She also was a builder and initiator of the Head Start program, often being recognized as an advocate to promote school readiness for toddlers and preschool-age children, especially from lower-income families. And in that regard, she touched the lives of many. She was a great influence on and helped pave the way for future black educators by inspiring them to seek an education profession that she loved so dearly. As you might already know, because the Akron Beacon Journal also did a feature article on her already, she passed away on November 25th at her home in Maryland. And we here in Akron wanted to make sure that her family knows that we celebrate her. We are grateful for her life, her legacy of service, and her inspiration that she provided both here in the Akron Public Schools, but also within the Akron community. So Dr. Akbar and members of the board, I am recommending that we do support this resolution of acknowledgement to Mary Catherine Moore Nelson.
Thank you very much. So the resolution has been put forward. Is there a motion on the table to support the resolution?
So moved.
It's been so moved by everyone on this board. But I heard Bruce first, so I'm going to say Mr. Alexander moved to support the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Jackson. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move to communications for school safety. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you so much. And one of the things that we wanted to do this evening is to provide the board and the community at large with an update on safety and security and the efforts underway to really ensuring a higher level of safety and security in our schools. Before I ask my colleagues to join me in providing an update on both the hardware and types of things that we're doing to make sure that bad elements stay out of the schools. We will also have a presentation with Mrs. Culver joining that to talk about things that we're doing inside of the schools to really nurture the environment and to really support our teachers and to support our students in the schools. So it will be that tandem type of presentation. But before they come and join me for that presentation, I too wanted to add my voice along with the board in acknowledging the frustration and acknowledging the fear and acknowledging the challenges that we're experiencing in our community and in our schools. So we are, as an administrative team, listening. We are responding. We know that there is more that we can do and are open to doing. So we do want to pledge our willingness to work with our teachers and community members, with our parents, to really not only weather this current storm, but to really get to thriving the way we know that our schools are capable of being, that we're really able to focus more on educating our young people and not so overwhelmed by the behaviors of a few. So we will continue beyond this day, beyond all that we will talk about here tonight that is being done. We are still listening and still willing to do more. So I'm going to ask to join me at the podium Mr. Stephen Thompson, who is our Chief Operating Officer. He's going to lead us through a presentation on some of, especially the new technology that we're including within our district to ensure a higher level of safety and to also be supportive of our learning environment. And then also joining him will be Mr. Don Zessler, our Director of Safety, and Mrs. Yvonne Culver. Steve?
Well, thank you, Board, and thank you, Christine, for the opportunity to present some of the things that we are trying to accomplish. But I'd be remiss if I didn't start by saying that I want to thank you, Miss Autry, because I've been over here breathing through my nose and out through the straw for the last 20 minutes. I thought the crowd was here to see me, so I'm pretty grateful that most people have left. But our topic is very serious, and we do recognize that we're dealing with a threat that is external and a threat that is internal, and we're beginning to take the steps and have been making steps to try and address both of those issues. So I want to walk you through tonight what we're asking you to fund. We recognize that as a board, to spend as much money as we're asking you to spend, while on the overall budget, it's about 1% of the overall budget, but nevertheless, it's a lot of money to invest in our schools. And so you want to make sure you're doing your due diligence and you're making your investments wisely. So we're going to talk today about camera upgrades and why we need them, metal and weapons detectors, bag X-ray machines, door alarms, training, and some other products that we're just beginning to investigate. So currently our camera systems are failing across the district. Some of them show pictures upside down. Some of them are grainy. We're operating on about 8 different camera systems and old software and old servers mixed in with new cameras and camera systems. So what we're asking for is to make replacements of cameras across the district. That will take about a year to make all those replacements. We're asking you to support the purchase of Milestone software system. That system is a 64-bit Microsoft Windows service and recording servers. Part of our problem is that we can't see things, we can't fast forward, we can't save. There are multiple problems with the cameras, and it really varies pretty dramatically from building to building to building. Again, we're having trouble controlling them. It will allow us flexible viewing to view from anywhere, so we can view those cameras at home. We can view those cameras on our cell phones. So it puts more power in the administration's hands. And we're also asking for, which I think is in a really a pivotal part of this contract, is a 3-year contract service agreement with Southeast Security to maintain these cameras. And I think that's really an important consideration. They'll also manage the camera replacements and install and manage all the new software and servers. Some of the deployment schedule, will begin as soon as the board, or provided the board does approve this contract, we'll begin those installations very promptly and with a goal of being completely finished across the district by April 30th. None of these solutions happen overnight. All of them take some degree of time. Camera replacement will begin in the spring of 23. As I stated earlier, take approximately 1 year to make all the camera replacements across the district. Metal detection systems, there's a lot of talk about what they can do and what they can't do. And so we want to make sure you're very clear about what we're asking you to purchase. These are top of the line metal detection systems. They have AI in them. There's a lot we can control, and you're going to get an opportunity to see how that works. We're asking for 61 of them. They'll go in 17 APS schools, to include our middle schools and high schools. I'll give you the entire deployment schedule in just a minute. It divests us of having to look through our book bags. So currently, the challenge is our current metal detectors detect exactly that, metal, anything metal, and not very sensitive for that. You can walk through with a knife in your pocket, for example, and it won't alert in a lot of instances. Then we have to wand, then we have to take the bag and search your bag. And the search is only as good, or the system is only as good as the person searching the bag. So imagine Firestone High School, for example. There are 1,100 students. To go through 1,100 book bags and scan 1,100 students can't be done quickly with our current technology. The new system will allow us to be significantly faster. We're going to demonstrate how that is so. Currently, book bags cannot go through a metal detector. They're easy to install. They set up very quickly. They're light. And again, we're going to show you how we would set them up. They can be used indoors and outdoors. It's very clear when they trigger, both sound and visual, lighting across the top. We can manage these remotely. Again, off a Chromebook, off a iPad, off a cell phone. And they screen for weapons and metals and knives. So this is our deployment schedule. There are 2 slides, so don't think if you don't see your school up here at first. Be patient, second slide. But AAA, it's a 9 through 12. We have 119 students. We're asking for 2 metal detectors. And I'm not going to go through all of this, but just to give you the schedule for what we're asking for and the logic behind it, it is based on number of students. They're equitably distributed across the district based on student population. And you can see all of our middle schools and high schools are covered with at least 2 metal detectors. Our deployment schedule is 6 to 8 weeks from the time the board approves this resolution. We need about a 2-week deployment. That involves deploying the machines and training staff on how to use them. We're going to walk it in, but we estimate that will be completed in the February timeframe. There'll be some that'll come online sooner, but we expect to be completed by February. I just want to give you a quick demonstration. Don Zessiger is our Director of Safety and Security. And we have gentlemen from the company that produces these metal detectors to help give us some technical questions. But if you could do a quick demonstration, can I get a board member to volunteer?
Yeah, come on.
Get 2 of you. 2 of you. I'll take 2 of you.
It's not on yet. It's not on yet.
It's not on?
No, we left it off for all the comments.
Can you turn it on?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do One thing is we're going to walk you with a book bag. I've got all your things on. No, we're going to give you a book bag because I doubt you have a weapon in there.
Oh boy, that's going to really change this meeting.
That book bag right there for now. We're going to walk through with just your book bag. Can you show us the contents of just a regular book bag?
So what's happening right now is the machine is automatically calibrating for the environment. So what we have in here is a metal water bottle, suntan lotion, clutch purse, obviously all the zippers, all the things that come along with that. This is a bit of a hot topic based on earlier, but a battery charger for a cell phone or any other small electronic device. So normally, in your current setup, every one of these items is a problem, right? Outside even just the backpack, every one of these problems is a guaranteed alarm. So see the green light on the machine? Throw this back in our bag.
Make sure you put the purse in for these guys. Thank you.
I hope I picked the right color.
You did. You did. He's got his big tie on.
I'm each on your side, so you know that it's not, a trick of my doing. So I walk through. I also have my cell phones on. I have my belt on as a starting point for this, by all means. So then what I would ask is, based on the federal standard that these machines are set to, it is the only detector in the world that meets these federal standards for fast throughput device. Place that block, which is a federal detection simulant of a firearm. It is encapsulated. It is not a real firearm by any means in the backpack. Wherever you like. You want to put it in your breast pocket, you want to put it in your back pocket, you can put it anywhere you like. I'm going to move around a lot, I'm so sorry. And then come on through. So I'm the security officer working the area. The alarm occurs. What I would do with this individual student is egress him off to the side, begin the secondary screening process, but my job now is to get the rest of our students in. The goal of this machine is to allow us to have maybe a 4% alarm rate, 5% alarm rate, where 96% of our students are inclusive and straight to class, right? They've continued on their way, all of which their normal belongings of what should be brought to school, I think you made that point earlier, about what they should be bringing to school is allowed to continue on to school. So now you are a clean tester, right? He has keys in the backpack. We'll take all the collateral that the backpack's added. He's got a connection. So we can all agree that this is a lot of metal, right? And so maybe this just added to the mass. Can you place that wherever you would like? Choose wisely. And feel free to walk. So now, even without the collateral metal found in the backpack, the individual carrying simply just the test piece is still an alarm and a guarantee coming through, regardless of the orientation that he wants to place the item at. Whether that's
if you want to
ground,
disconnect, you hit that to disconnect.
Sock,
Right there, connected. Secure.
Neck, sleeve carry, whatever it may be. He's now repositioned it. His walk is something we might call a clue, right? But nonetheless, for us as a company, the company is CHEA USA. We are a local company. We're right up in Hudson. That is our headquarters. We have a big, beautiful building, big supporters of the city of Hudson. So obviously, as a neighboring city, we'd be a big supporter of Akron. But what we have is a mass throughput device allowing students to not feel some of that pressure of what a rectangular metal detector brings to the equation. It's a statement, big square rectangle. It's there, right? The point of this is to be much more in tune with the environment, much less impactful to the state of the front of the school. Give it a good kick. We go to the floor, not at the floor. We go down, we can see below the concrete, we'll see below it. Example, right? So you come through, we would call this a clue. Right? So what we're asking our students to do is when they arrive to school is to go to class, right? Just keep walking. Walk normally. Keep your backpack on. Walk through, right? You shouldn't manipulate the way you walk. You shouldn't be throwing things on a table, things like that. Now, however, can I see it and show you something else you can do? If I were to take this and my friend is on this side and I want to take this through and I don't want to carry it through, we do have anti-pass. But it's important that when we look at a new technology like this, part of this is all about communication. When you see a student come up to the detector and they go, oh, one of these. This is a problem for us, right? So what do? You can have them go back through and disrupt the rest of the flow, or send them to go on off to secondary screen, right? If we can't adhere to just a normal, we're just asking you to walk to class. Don't change what you're doing, just walk to class. Then we send them off to secondary screen, and that's why we have the extra layer of security, right? The machine is 21 pounds. If you guys can pick one up, just pick it up. Who wheeled that one in? Don, you wheeled that one around? Yeah. That one 21 pounds? No. Okay. So the point is that the machine does not have to be this big, heavy, bulky item. We are in the future. We have made a huge stride. So that APS, you guys as a board, don't feel like you are the guinea pig, you would not by any means be the first school district to go this route. Locally to you in Youngstown, Warren City Schools is also on Open Gate. Cleveland Metro has Open Gate. They're currently transitioning all their detectors over to Open Gate. But Warren City Schools is there. We also have a substantial amount of school districts in the states of Texas, Virginia, all over the country. They are going to this. So I don't want to make you stand any longer, but
well, thank you.
Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
It'd be really hard for me to stand still. Okay.
In this, I have a eyebrow archer, has a razor on it.
Okay.
Just so you can know, got my match, you don't know where that is.
Just to be clear, she walked through with a razor blade and it did not go off. So that's what she's demonstrating right
And
now.
I had these, I have this razor.
Yep.
Sharp.
So what you're describing is a metal detector, a simple, basic metal detector.
Yeah.
I have everything from half cutter blade machine up to the open gate that is designed for fast throughput. The half cutter blade, or near prison levels, we do all day, every day. We have all federal prisons, is all CHEA. All TSA, all CHEA. So if you want to go that route, I have a machine for you. But your arrival pattern is not going to be inclusive of showing up 30 minutes before school and making it to class on time, right? So the point of this is that we have, correct.
Because I think my main thing is safety, because you're talking about the quickness to get in school. It doesn't matter if the kids get through school quickly if then someone is majorly injured. So I think I would more want to problem solve maybe entry points for different grades possibly, and have, I don't know if this possibly should be a headache, but I'm just saying, to where if they came in and it's less students coming into certain ways, like if you're a sophomore, you only can come through the north entrance. If you're a freshman, freshmen only go through the south entrance, because it would limit 1,100 students coming through one entry point. And then if we can have scanners, I know it could get pricey, but when you're talking about a life, death is final. So we want to think about ways that, because I want anything to be detected that could possibly cause an injury, because we've seen, history has shown us that anything could almost be used as a weapon.
Mhm.
So we definitely want to limit, that was just a lash bag.
Mm-hmm. There's a threshold everywhere, right? I would say that right now, even with your current levels of detectors, there are things found internally. You guys were talking about external safety and internal safety. There are things internally in the school that could absolutely be used, right? So there's give and take. What I can tell you is that this is a well-polished machine that is a great application for almost every setting. It all just depends on what you guys find to be the right setting.
What's the threshold?
And in the interest of time, I want to continue to move through this presentation. There is no foolproof system. There is no foolproof system. Every system has elements to it that impact safety. That's
They have it. I'm not, so they
Yeah.
do have, this is not the example, so they can't meet the need of what I'm saying, is what I think I heard. Is that correct?
Well,
Right.
the challenge, I think the challenge, and certainly
Yeah.
we can look into it if that's the will of the board. The challenge is, what we're trying to do is get our kids through with a high level of safety quickly, because the other piece we're trying to balance against, juxtapose against, is the fact that we're eating into first period every single day, and that's not sustainable either. So we need to move.
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, we are, though. I want to make sure you feel heard. We do hear you. We are looking at all forms of the technology. This isn't the only piece of equipment that we're talking about putting into place so that we have the full range of equipment. We're working with our safety forces as well to think about the exits, things of that nature. I know from experience, many of the safety forces do discourage us using multiple entrances. They try to have single entrances to really have more tight management. But I just wanted you to know that we hear you. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Thompson.
So the second piece that we're asking for are bag scanners. They're Smith HiScan 5030C X-ray scanner, technically. We would like to install 23 of these in those same APS high schools and middle schools. They are reliable. They're easy to use. They're easy to interpret. They put a red square over anything that they see as a threat or contraband. They're lightweight, they're transportable, and they look much like you might see in an airport. The resolution on them is incredible. You can see, we saw them in action. We went to Cleveland. Don and I visited Cleveland and watched them scan bags. See the high resolution screens. This would be an area where we would need probably our most training for the people that operate these bag scanners, and I'll show you on a graphic how it would work from a setup perspective. But again, just goes right through, just like you would see at in an airport. The delivery on these are 12 to 16 weeks delivery schedule, a 1-week deployment and training, and we anticipate use of these somewhere in mid-spring. Again, the deployment, you can see there's at least one bag scanner in every high school, some two, depending. It's driven by two reasons: total student population and entrances that they use. So everyone gets at least two or one. All of our traditional high schools are two. And then our middle schools are one. So this is what a typical high school setup would look like. So the arrows where the blue is, picture that as the entry doors that you are going through. The 3 scanners are set up. I walk right through the scanners just like we demonstrated, book bag on my shoulder. I cruise right through. As long as I don't alert, I go straight down the hallway and I'm off in school. The target is about 95 to 96% of the kids. That's what will happen. So we move through quickly. Those red boxes with the black square on represent our scanners. So I alert for some reason. They're going to direct me over to the left or to the right. I put my bag on the scanner. It goes through the scanner. I walk through the next set of metal detector. I clear myself, so there's nothing on my body. They come and they see, oh, there was something inside your bag that triggered it. Obviously, if it's a weapon, the SRO is there, and we would put that person into detention at that point. If it's not, if it's just something in their bag that triggered it for some reason, we clear them and off they go. So we think we can move from what's taking us in some buildings over an hour to get through down to 15 to 20 minutes to get our students through. We can no longer disrupt the educational process. This is what a typical middle school deployment would look like, just the same, only one bag scanner, through the 2 scanners, anyone who alerts off to the right. Some additional safety measures that we're taking a look at for our staff and students. I think you're all aware of ALICE at this point, alert, lockdown, inform, evacuate. That's been a long-standing practice here in the district. We're about to launch, and very proud of our transportation department for putting this together. It's called School Transportation Active Threat Response Training, or START. It is essentially ALICE for buses. Some potential other safety measures that we are just very early, it doesn't appear on the agenda. We're just letting you know that we're looking at multiple ways to improve safety in our schools. We're looking at the Raptor identification system. It is a system that allows you to put an ID in a machine, come out, and let us know if you have a warrant for your arrest or you're a child predator. It prints off an ID badge with your picture, tells us where you're going in the building. You have to sign out so we know who's in the building and when they leave the building and where they are in the building. That's called Raptor. The badge alert system, there are many different manufacturers of these, and again, we're very early into looking at these, but it is just simply a badge. Their ID badge would go on the front of it. They click it 3 times. I don't know if you can hear it, but it buzzes. This would be given to all our staff members. If they were assaulted, a fight broke out in their classroom, they would be able to hit that button. It would send a message to the administration and safety team and track where this device is. It's one device of many. Again, we're just introducing them and taking a look at them. So I want you to know that, as Ms. Fowler-Mack mentioned in the beginning, we're not just being reactive. We're doing multiple things. So some of the preventative measures, SROs are both responsive and preventative. Weapons detection systems are preventative. Camera upgrades are preventative. Door alarms, which we didn't talk about. So for example, the student that got the gun into Firestone High School, how did that happen? We metal detected in the morning and we metal detected at the basketball game. So how did a weapon get in the school? Because in between those events, he made contact with a friend who opened a side door for him. Once we're done just getting up all of our door alarms, every auxiliary door in the district will be alarmed. And it takes a key to turn it off. So you will no longer be able to pop a door open and let somebody bring contraband in or sneak into a basketball game and not pay, for that matter. Athletic department should like that. We have, which started previous to my coming to the district, we have 50 full-time security staff members, safety team members, and 13 part-time. Those are preventative and responsive measures. Security inspections we're conducting every Friday. Don and I are out in buildings looking for loopholes in our security systems. We're training our SROs and our safety team members. We have a safety advisory team, and you may not know this, but we did a dog sweep for weapons of Litchfield and Firestone on Sunday. Swept both of those buildings in a preventative manner. Responsive measures, as I mentioned, SROs, safety team members, ALICE, and START are all ways to respond appropriately. And I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Culver. There she is, and she's going to talk about some of the proactive measures that are taking place.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam Superintendent, members of the board, I want to share some of the things that we are doing and some of them that we are taking to a deeper level. A lot of these things are not new, but we also believe in restorative practices, and we know that hurt people hurt people. So part of our job is to help those that are hurting so they no longer have that desire to hurt people anymore. So one of the things that you're probably already aware of is we have community health supports in our building. So Minority Behavioral Health is one of our partners, Minority Behavioral Health Group. Red Oak is one of our partners, as well as what you may not be aware is if families have a different mental health support that they are using, with parental permission, that person could come in our buildings as well and meet with that student. A lot of times for privacy, they do not want that to occur within the building, but if it is convenient for that family, we do have mental health providers outside of those two groups that come in and meet with our students with permission. We also, you may be aware of a social emotional learning embedded curriculum that we have been looking at, or that we actually started using last year, and that's Character Strong. And this year we took Character Strong from K through 12. So last year we had the middle and the high school curriculum. That curriculum is designed to build those social emotional learning skills, the anger management, the self-regulation, the self-awareness. And with any skill, we have school counselors going in and working on those lessons. But how effective is a basketball? Is somebody going to get a basketball if they only go to practice once a month? So we are looking at having those embedded practices within the classroom to help kids identify and to learn how to regulate. Some other buildings have additional SEL curriculum. You may have heard of Leader in Me and zones of regulation for some of our elementary schools that are working on developing those social emotional skills and helping all of our students to grow. We also have Tier 2 support groups. So there are universal things that every student should have. Those social emotional learning skills are part of our universal tier. With Tier 2, students that are having difficulty, even for a short period of time or for an incident. For example, I'm having trouble transitioning into class after being home for over a year, or I've had a death in my family or several deaths, or my family is housing insecure, then that's where we have those Tier 2 support groups. And those are targeted groups that are dealing with specific issues for a specific group of individuals. For example, we're working on a blended family, or we're going through divorce, or as I said before, we're looking at grief. We also started before COVID, we have a team of people trained in the district in youth mental health first aid. And youth mental health first aid is designed to help adults who work with youth recognize the symptoms that could show us that there is some kind of mental health crisis or mental health challenge that the student is starting to experience. A lot of times, those things look like anger. A lot of times they look like withdrawal. And so being able to help recognize some of those symptoms and then link that person with some support can help with that. So we have a team that is trained in youth mental health first aid. Even prior to COVID, we made sure all of the counselors have this training. Although their licensure exceeds what is done in youth mental health first aid, but we wanted to make sure that they spoke the same language that we were teaching Our climate control people have been through it. Our family liaisons have worked with it. We've had our secretaries go through this training, and we're just looking at different groups of people that work with the students at school to help them recognize that this student might need a little more support. Two things that you will find on the agenda for your approval tonight are expansions. Youth mental health first aid, as I said, is for adults who are working with youth ages 12 through 18. Teen mental health first aid is something that came out in our student voice when we were listening to our students. And they said they want to be able to help their peers. Sometimes when that trust isn't when it's growing into where it should be, a student may feel more comfortable talking to a peer. So teen mental health first aid teaches teens those same set of skills. So they can learn how to support students and to help link those students to health. So we are looking with your approval to get that started this spring. The students also requested some peer mediation training. So we have someone scheduled to come in and provide peer mediation training. And then we will be using our student voice platform to decide once those students and adults are trained, then how are we going to deploy this in the school? Is it going to be a club? Is it going to be a place where students can go? So the rollout, once we get them trained, will rely heavily on student and staff voice because it may vary by school. Thank you.
So clearly we don't have every answer, but we are aggressively trying to respond to what we see from both a responsive, a preventative, and a proactive stance. Are there any questions that we could address? Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Alexander. And you were first. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. For the machinery that we're talking about getting, how many people does it take to run it per school? We're running 2 through each school. That means maybe an SRO, someone else. How many people per school? And do we have enough people to run these in all the schools?
This is what we are asking for. And I think it's important to note that on tonight's agenda also are some activity supervisor positions where we can pay our teachers to man these, because what we don't want to do is, for example, there would be likely 5 safety team members at this school. To put all of our safety team members up front, they go through the metal detectors and all our kids are all over the building and there's no safety team members. So what you see is the number that we're looking for a high school.
And I would say, just to add to that yes, we are looking at the number of staff members that it takes to run said equipment. Right now, as we're running the equipment, even with the level of metal detectors that we have presently, we do have, all safety team members deployed in that way, and along with the principals and things of that nature are running it. We will need to look in the future at our staffing levels and to see if we have to increase any staffing levels. So we're still in the process of auditing that. But for right now, we do have everyone deployed, all hands on deck, and we're having central office people who have been deployed out to buildings. So we have central office people assisting with morning arrival. Okay. But we will continue to look at the staffing levels.
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking of these machines, you have to have the manpower to man them. And so I know that we have our SROs and so forth, and you made a good point. If something's happening on the side of the building, who's going to be over there to handle it if it's a fight or something going on? So I wanted to make sure if we needed to hire the staff, that we would be able to hire the staff to make sure that things would be appropriate so that we can cover all areas.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other question, Ms. Jackson really alerted me on it. It was something in my mind, but really alerted. I am concerned about the razor, the razor like she had in her pocket, because that's a weapon, a major weapon. And so I would hope that we would be able to find some way that we can prevent it. And we talked about the other machine there too, but again, it's scanners, but that still also requires other people to be in here to help man it as well. But that kind of makes me a little nervous. And I'm in criminal justice, so I think of all these different things going through my head all the time. And so that's why I did it, and I know cameras are expensive, all this stuff, and it is expensive, but it's better to have the equipment and save a life than it is to not have it and have something happen. So, okay.
We hear you, and we're taking that comprehensive approach with looking at all the different forms.
Right. Yeah, because that's
right.
More serious than a knife,
right.
actually. All right.
Thank you.
So, if I could just jump in, since Bruce mentioned this, one of about the manpower, I kind of had that same question and concern, but I also just want to put up what I think I've been hearing consistently in the last at least 3 years is that our teachers are overwhelmed, and so I would suggest we look at other alternative than to do site supervisors for teachers. We have tons of organizations in our community that want to partner with our schools who would probably do that type of support at the beginning of the day and at the beginning of sporting events to help our community. So I would seek to partner with neighborhood dads and other organizations like that are seeking to work with our schools, because we can't continue to stretch our teachers thin. So that was one of the things I wanted to mention. Dr. Hall?
Yeah, I had several questions. For some odd reason, I'm just not talking loud enough tonight. Okay, let's see here. All right. So yeah, I had a question about the threshold, right? So with the razor, like how big, so yours was fairly small, right? But still a razor blade, right? So like how big?
I want to be clear. So her item is federal prison level. In order to detect that, we are the only company that supplies federal detectors. But what you're talking about at that level of metal has a consequence.
Yeah.
Nothing goes through. Now we're talking about belts. Now we're talking about could be rivets on jeans. We're talking about.
What's the airport?
Yeah, well, it's actually for that razor blade. It's actually even tighter.
Yeah.
So like that razor blade would be able to go through that, right? So.
Well, at the airport?
It would.
Discernible.
Gotcha.
Technically possible, right?
Okay.
Just in all fairness to the balance, a ceramic sink, broken ceramic sink. Larger edge weapon than an eyebrow laser. Not saying that one is not a risk and the other is, right?
Right.
In the grand scheme of things, her razor blade is a federal prison level, IMAX federal prison.
Yeah. So I think. I'm sorry. So I think. So I appreciate that. I think what I want to understand better, and is the cost differential, right? So, as I was going through the documents, you saw me probably going back and forth. It was like $3.5 million in one part. Then there's I think another $700,000. So it's something, and there were more there. So we're probably looking at like $5 million if my ballpark. And so my question was, and I'm not asking for dollars and cents, but approximately, to go from what we had here to federal prison level, to use your vernacular, what's the excess cost involved in that? Are we talking about, a machine that's $300,000 here and one that's $700,000, or one that's, just ballpark, like 20% more, 30% more in cost? Like what is it?
Yeah. And so I don't want to ballpark
No. I'm just saying. No.
So,
we're not in court, folks. I'm just asking a question.
I'm an engineer. I'm not a salesperson.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So just ballpark.
So we would have to provide you. Do you have between one
I didn't.
item and
I
another?
didn't even ask for pricing on a prison grade one, and the main reason is I wouldn't I wouldn't recommend that only because we're back to a worse problem than we're in currently in terms of time getting kids through the machines.
Yeah, I think that. So I hear you. I just think that the time argument is a difficult argument for a parent of a child to hear. So it's and again, it's part of why I'm asking the question, right? I mean, if it takes more time to ensure that a kid doesn't something adverse does not happen to a kid, I think we have to. Again, I'm just saying the time can't be the reason why.
We're not being driven by time, so I can assure you there.
Yeah.
But it is a combination approach, and so I think what you saw on the agenda this evening and what you saw through Dr. Thompson's presentation was a multi-pronged approach.
Yeah,
so we're talking the cameras in conjunction with the metal detectors and in conjunction with the bag scanners as well. And the bag scanners with a very high degree of accuracy can pick up on those items. So we're not talking about one versus the other.
Right. So assuming that the person who's doing the bag scanning is trained to know what that razor blade looks like in the makeup bag.
And
right?
so we spoke to,
Yeah.
we will have to do that training. We will have to assure that the level of staffing is appropriate.
Yep.
So we're making up quite a bit of ground, but we will have to put those things in place. But it's not no one part of the system is fail-proof.
No, I understand that.
And it's still going to require as well the collective effort and engagement of the entire community, including before our children leave home, that, it is being reinforced what they have, on their person, because there just is not a system that is.
Yeah, I understand that. I appreciate that. And then, but my question though, so let me re-ask the question, right? So what you have there, is a weapon detection device, right? So that razor blade was fairly small, right? How big would the blade have to have been to have gone off when I walked through that detector?
It's not necessarily that simple. It's more about what the blade's made of. Smaller blades made out of hardened steel have a larger signal than a larger blade made out of thinner steel. But typically the knives are varying levels of sizes.
Yeah.
We actually had a knife we gave back. We used the knife as an example that would have gone off.
Right.
But like this went off.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Right? This is your folding knife that was
Yeah.
confiscation in the APS school.
Yeah.
This is what you would detect. Trade-off in the time, you acknowledge that the risk of backing everybody up creates a giant pool of victims. And the higher your security level is, the more items you will miss. The security industry has proven that time and time again. The higher your security level is, the more items you will miss. There's only so many bags you can check effectively. If you're checking every single one of them, your numbers of found items will go down. That is an industry's game.
Okay, I just have one more comment, I guess, / question. This is one part of the story, right? So the other part of the story is what happens inside the buildings, right? And so I don't know if we have more comments on this later on, but when I hear haze of vape smoke in the bathrooms, and I hear flick with impunity, and I hear what the F are you looking at, and, for me, like, those are things that happen inside the building that our teachers are having concerns with, and so I want to make sure that we're not losing sight of that too. There's certainly solutions that address some of it. I think Ms. Culver, with her comments, about hurt people, I think that's very poignant as well. And we have some programs in place to address that. But again, when I hear haze of vape smoke and flick with impunity and what the F are you looking? I mean, so these are some of those things that are happening right now, right? And so I as a board member, I just would like to hear more about what we're doing about that, because. And listen, I've been in we tour these buildings, and I've been in some of these buildings, and I have seen kids roam in the hallways that shouldn't be in the hallways. I mean, I've been in plenty, I'm not going to call it a school, but I've been in plenty of schools that I've seen that in my time on this board of only 3 years. So to me, it's like, so when they're talking about that, like, I've seen that with my own eyes as a board member, right? They're not making it up, right? So it's not hard for me to imagine, it's not a stretch for me to imagine bathrooms that have vape smoke, and I've smelled it in the buildings that when I've walked by. I've smelled it with my own nose, right? So again, so these are legit things, right? And so. The only thing I haven't seen is I haven't seen, and maybe if I had hung around long enough, maybe I would have seen it, but I haven't seen the profanity directed at a teacher, but I've certainly seen the packs of kids who roam around with no accountability. I've seen that with my own eyes. So for me, it's like, when they're up here and they're saying this, it's true, right? I mean, so for me, so this is a part of the plan, and I appreciate it. Dr. Thompson, I appreciate your comments as well. But I also want to hear more about what we're doing to address some of these other things that have been brought up multiple times in these board sessions. And so again, I'm not bringing it up because I'm trying to castigate or embarrass anybody in this room, right? Least of all you, Madam Superintendent. No. And so, but it's just, so when the teachers come in and they say in the board meeting, hey, like, we've been talking about this and talking about it and talking about it, and we're not seeing anything happen. Like, those are some of the things that they're talking about, right? So like, I can't in good conscience keep coming to board meetings when I keep hearing about this and not feel like something's not being done to address the culture of some of these buildings, right? So because these are culture issues, right? It's not an expellable offense to have a vape in the bathroom, right? But it goes to that whole broken windows mentality, right? And so so what may have started as a small group of kids, when they see that kind of behavior, when the good kids see it, you start to have slippage, right? So some kids start to migrate in that direction because they see that there are broken windows here culturally in these buildings, right? So I can get away with more. So again, that's the part that I want to talk more about, and maybe it's not tonight. I hope it is, but that's the kind of cultural stuff, broken windows and everything that I feel like we got to talk about too, in combination with this. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Madam Superintendent, did you have
Yes, I was just saying that we can talk more about the culture of our buildings. There are some buildings that are more challenging than others. We do send a very clear message about following our school rules. Our building principals are directed and supported in reinforcing those school rules and working with their communities, which takes the entire staff working together to create that type of culture. We are not going to tolerate students who are speaking disrespectfully to any of our staff members and or who are not following rules. So our schools are out there reinforcing the rules. Some need more support than others. We did direct the schools, even from our visits to buildings, that the hall sweeps, I've cleared halls when I've been in buildings. I've cleared bathrooms when I've been in buildings, going back into my old principal days. And we just have to do that consistently. I will tell you very quickly a positive story. I recently was visiting at North High School, and I came back, and I've told this to each one of our teammates. And so it was an unannounced visit. I was just out and about visiting schools. And when it was a change of class, and literally during that change of class, every staff member came out in the halls, interacted with students, but by the time the bell rang again, when students were supposed to be back in, they were counting it down how many minutes in between those halls again were cleared. And you can tell, that's just the culture of that building. It had nothing to do with my being there. It's just how they do things. And the students were very responsive. You did not see the hall walkers and things of that nature. We just have to do this working together. Teachers have to be supported. So our building principals have to support them. They have to reinforce rules around cell phones and bathrooms and, things of that nature. And we will continue to send that message. We will continue to back our schools as they hold students accountable for that type of behavior, while we also celebrate the many good things happening in our schools.
Ms. Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I think what you said, I was going to comment too on what Hall's statement just made, because it's that saying, how do you eat the elephant one piece at a time? And so because this is so multi-layered and multifaceted, the safety and protection, when we talk about life-threatening things getting in the building, is like a phase. And then definitely we want to deal with eternal things. And, very in unison, but I think the approach we're taking, these are some good discussions being had. So I did want to highlight that. But my original question was for Ms. Culver about the peer mediation training and the mental health first aid for adults. Okay, so my question is, I remember last year the board was addressed by some school counselors dealing with, and the concern was their designation, like how they're determined. And I think, Ms. Shipe, you can help me. They were saying they were part of the teachers union, but they're not really identified like as teacher as far as how their job description is described. But another point that was made was the training and the different things that they're dealing with that comes into their office, where some counselors, I believe, were saying some maybe had additional trainings, but others did not, and they were interested in receiving that. So could something like this be looked at in collaboration with current school counselors to see what type of program would better fit for the people we already have in place working with students? Or is that, because it seemed like this is along the lines of what they were discussing somewhat last year?
So the teen mental health first aid training and the youth mental health first aid training is not at the level of the licensure that the counselors have. So what we are looking at and working with counselors is even more substantial training to deal with some of the issues that they are seeing in their office. We are seeing some signs of that could be an indication of mental illness earlier. So how do you work with students and help keep them in school so that they can continue to achieve their education? We are working with, 10 years ago, we wouldn't have had a student in our office that was a victim of sex trafficking. Now we do. So how do you deal with those kind of issues? So a lot of the things that the counselors are working on is being able to address some of those more severe issues, and then work with our community partners to pass them on for more extended and just work on that continuity of care. So you are exactly right in saying the teen mental health and first aid is not necessarily for the counselors. The only reason we included the counselors is so when people who have been trained, if the secretary uses that terminology, then we would speak the same language. If the kids are using that terminology, then they would use the same language and not necessarily the technical language that's in the DSM.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, you made reference about additional resources because you talked about the timing, like, because I was going to ask about the outcomes of these programs. You talk about social emotional learning, and we want to spend more time on that and all this stuff. And I'm just wondering what have been the outcomes, but you addressed it because you alluded to time. Mm-hmm. So, and that since you don't have enough time, maybe the impact that you foresee could be you're not seeing. Is that what I'm going to take from that statement?
Okay, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you talking about in the counselor's office? Where are you talking?
No, you talked about social emotional learning. You talked about the curriculum of the social emotional learning and you additional resources I feel like you alluded to. But then you said something about, kind of since it's limited time, kind of what?
Right. So school counselors do classroom guidance, or they do, if I'm doing classroom guidance and I'm responsible for seeing every student in that grade. If I'm elementary, I'm responsible for every student in that school. If I am in high school, every student in my academy. And so I am not going to get in there with the frequency of social emotional learning that would keep it ongoing. That, like I said, you can't practice basketball once a month and get good at it. So what the Character Strong is available to all staff. We've even, I was working with a parapro who talked to me today about making sure she had access to Character Strong, because there are so many activities, and we're asking even principals and everybody to model it. So it just becomes part of that culture. And we practice social emotional learning all the time.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Perry had a question.
I did. Thank you. I had a couple of questions, actually. So one is, just the scope of our trying to figure out which company to go with. Were there ever other companies that were looked at? How do we decide on this company and this particular metal detector to use, versus other companies?
We researched other manufacturers, and we did some site visits, and overwhelmingly what we were looking for with the speed and accuracy kept leading us to the same company.
Okay. And the second question is, when Hall and I were demonstrating the metal detectors especially, it seemed to me that obviously holding the item over our head was going to make it go, we could see that's not, something's going to happen. But someone who's 7 feet tall, kids are tall these days, if they come in with something on their shoulder, let's say, and it's above the range of those detectors, it can get past it, right? They can get past it with no problem.
Sure. Send them to secondary screening.
I'm sorry?
Send them to secondary screening. So typically about 6'8", 6'9", you were still screening the entire person.
Okay.
Can we agree that 6'9", 6'10" would be the oddity?
Well, yeah.
In height?
But it happens, though. I mean,
Agreed.
Kids are tall these days. Yeah.
Completely agreed. So what you would do with those few small groups of people is send them off to secondary screening, right? Or if it's a warmer month and they're wearing a t-shirt, you can see their neck, right? You can actually see their neck, right? You can still make a discernible call on the individual as they're coming through. The majority of items carried from, let's say, mid-chest and up is small to zero. That's just from security industry factual. So when we're talking about screening an individual, we really are focused on mid-chest down. Now, our detector goes from the top, but at the top, it stops. So if you were to carry through something, or somebody were to wear a sombrero, that's fine. Just take it off and walk through, right? And it's the same practice at theme parks around the world, Division I schools across the country. If Shaquille O'Neal comes in wearing a sombrero, hey Shaq, gotta have you take that off and carry it through with you, right? So the device in itself, as part of the plan that the doctors come up with, is not a replacement of security, it's a tool for security. Right? It's a layer of security. It doesn't replace the individual paying attention to the person. Right? We talked about metal detection. If a child were to walk up and you were working that metal detector, and they turned around, stuffed a bunch of stuff in their pants, and they walked through and they didn't go off, what would you do?
If they stuff a bunch of stuff in their pants?
It looks like they stuffed a bunch of stuff in their pants, and then they walk.
I can't certainly go into their pants and look for it.
But what would you have a secondary screening process, right?
Yeah, sure.
The metal detector doesn't discover a bag of weed. But if you're seeing the behavior, you treat them accordingly based on the layers of security. So everything is a layer of security.
Sure. I guess I would just be worried. I mean, Carla brought through a razor blade of some sort. I mean, kids will learn what they can and cannot bring through these things.
Absolutely.
So if they figure out I can bring multiple of these little razor blades without going off, how do we protect against that? We can't.
Yeah, you can. You have a randomized process. Every month, it changes, the security level changes. The sensitivity changes. Have a bottom threshold that you're never willing to go below, but randomly on Monday of week 3, it's now a little higher. So there is a whole plan that you could enact to allow yourself to still randomize, still keep the kids accountable, but still not allow them to pick up on the pattern of what the metal detector can do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's definitely things that we could do to help provide from a company standpoint to help you be successful in this journey, because it's not going to be an easy journey, but it's a journey that's easily accomplished through multiple partners working together. So we can build all kinds of different things for you to help plan for that randomness.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Autry, I think you had.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so, first of all, I just want to thank the team for bringing these measures to us for consideration and all the work and research that was put into this. And also just wanted to remind anyone listening that there's no quick magic cures for any of this stuff. I know we're looking for a magic pill. It just does not exist. And unfortunately, long before I sat on this board, I faced similar situations, during my volunteer service. And so it's sad, but I'm still happy that we're finally at a point where we can address some of these things, because unfortunately they are not brand new to this district. That being said, my question, Mr. Thompson, about I know we're getting cameras or alarms on all the doors. Are we also going to be able to have cameras? Because the alarms can go off, but if we're not seeing what's happening at that particular door, how are we addressing that?
Can I take a stab?
Yes.
And then you can correct me if we need support, because we do have cameras now that are pointed towards our doors, and depending on what type of school, we have a higher grade of cameras at probably our most recent schools. So I think our best cameras yet are at Garfield because it's the highest level of technology. So we are mixing the door alarms with cameras, but we're upgrading the quality of the camera so we can have it be very consistent throughout the buildings. The alarms themselves are just that, kind of to doubly make us aware, that someone has touched it, because we do have persons who, watch all of the cameras, but right now I believe they rotate. And so who's ever watching the cameras, it's scanning and rotating the multiple places where they are. But with the audio alarm as well, that would be a trigger to go there right away. And we can use both in tandem.
So we'll eventually have cameras at all of our auxiliary doors? Is that eventually?
Currently, most of the high schools, I want to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn. We'll double check. But our high schools are well camered. There's cameras everywhere. The problem isn't that we don't see somebody go out a door, but if someone's not visually watching that particular screen in a room, then just because they went out the door doesn't mean anything. But when the alarm, let's say someone does go out a door, the alarm triggers, we know the alarm triggered at 9:59. Now we go look at that camera, okay, that was Johnny Smith, walked out at 9:59. We can watch him right on the camera, walk out. So where we have less camera coverage is our elementary schools, for sure. But at least putting those buzzers on will alert a teacher that's right next to the door to hopefully stick his or her head out of the door and find out why that door triggered it open. So again, it's not 100% foolproof. Better at our high schools for sure. Much better coverage. Decent coverage at middle schools, but not as good as high schools. And there's only coverage, correct cameras on front doors in elementaries. That's the only place there's a camera.
Which is where the traffic should be entering. But we say that and say that we're also continuing to evaluate that. So we're continuing to evaluate what should be the right protocols at our elementary schools, what other supports are needed at our middle and high schools. So we're upgrading now. We will continue to evaluate and upgrade further.
Thank you. I have a couple more comments. I'm usually the quiet one. I just wanted to concur also with Dr. Akbar. I think we have adequate partners and interests in the community to help us man these new pieces of equipment and this new support that we're requiring. So, and I'm just calling out the D9 right now because we do a lot of things, but this is something that I think we should really step in, because these are our students. And so we understand those issues, probably better than most. So I just wanted to say that. In terms of mental health, I'm just wondering if the two agencies that were named, are they able to adequately support a district of 20,000 students? We've had so many different traumatic things happening that we all are aware of. And so I'm just wondering if moving forward, there's agencies out there that might not be so well known, but I think we need all the help that we can get in terms of mental health, because there's just so much going on, and not just for our students. As I sat here and listened to us be addressed by staff members, it seems to me that they need some support as well, because they're dealing with these things day to day. And my concern is that sometimes when you're operating at a high anxiety level, you tend to make decisions that might not be appropriate. And so I'm just concerned about the criminalization of our students. And so the point I wanted to also make is that I am just so disturbed to hear school and prison in the same conversation so much today. And I understand the needs that we have to keep everyone safe, but we have to be so mindful. I'm mindful that these are still students, no matter what infractions that they are doing. I'm concerned about when they come back from these instances, how they are being treated, how they are being received. I'm concerned about staff who are frustrated, who are angry, who are anxious, who are overwhelmed. They need support too, because it's easy to just say, lock them up, get rid of them, do what you need to do. I'm here for children. I'm not here, to lend to the pipeline to prison. And so that's no offense to you, but I understand the need for safety. But here, being an advocate for children, we have to be very cognizant, because one day we'll wake up and the schools are going to look just like a prison. So I'll leave it at that. But again, I just want to thank the team for bringing these resources to us for our consideration.
Thank you very much. So we're going to do two final comments, Ms. Alexander, then Mrs. McKittrick.
Okay. One is a question and one is a comment. I know we were looking to try to approve these machinery, the X-ray machines today. If we didn't approve it today, and maybe because it sounds like there's some discussion and everyone wants to think about it a little bit more, how far would that put us back if we tried to approve it next meeting?
However many weeks that is between now and the next meeting.
That would put us a further behind, long way behind. Okay, all right. And my other one is as a comment. Dr. Hall mentioned the teachers and the cell phones and so forth, and seeing them in the schools, and Madam Superintendent mentioned us working together. Yeah, we got to work together. I'm gonna be honest. I try not to say a whole lot, but sometimes I have to be blatantly honest. I've been in schools for multiple years now, and I know the policy we have for cell phones. And I have walked in those schools. I have been the one to have to say something, put your cell phone down. Why are you doing, what are you doing with the cell phone? And I've had teachers tell me, oh, I've told them that. Yeah, but you got to, if you tell them that and they don't do it, then get their name and take it to the principal or someone so someone else can do it, because I know that's not what they really want to do, but that is part of what we have to do, because says no cell phones. They shouldn't have the cell phones really, and they shouldn't have them out. And I know there were some parents who might not like it, because you're going to have, say there's no cell phone, they want the kid to have a cell phone. So it's almost like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But we got to think of what's best for the kids and what's safety. And the big kids, the adults, we got to wake up and smell the coffee a little bit, because it's going to start burning on us in a minute. So it takes a team effort. Everybody's got to work as a team. Those principals, the teachers, administration, everybody has to work as a team. If we don't, we're not going to get through this here. We're not going to get through it. We have to be honest and blatantly honest. We got to work as a team. And that's something that has to be, again, I've been in these schools all these years, and I've said probably more than I think I've seen some staff say something to a kid about a cell phone, and they're in those schools each and every day. So we got to work together. Okay, it's not a point of finger at you, not a point of finger over here. Let's do this together so we can make it happen, because if we don't, we're failing our kids. I'm telling you, we are failing our kids if we don't. Thank you, Dr. Akbar.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander. And Mrs. McKittrick.
So much to say, but I will limit my comment to something Ms. Autry said, and that is, and I know it's not going to be a popular comment to make, this is a complex problem, right? There's no simple solution. But I wonder when we talk about maximum security measures and we talk about federal prisons and what are we turning our schools into? And I'm not saying we don't need these safety measures. That's not my point. My point is, I don't know what my point is. I'm just really, it's bothersome, and that's not a strong enough word, but it's troubling to think that we're talking about school safety, but we're talking about things that are in maximum security prisons. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McKittrick. So to round us out, I just have a few comments and questions. I guess since everyone mentioned that, I'm not sure that I'm necessarily there as far as having all of the metal detectors or the screeners, even though it was an oppressive presentation. I'm more so concerned with the large ticket dollar amount and us not having enough information to go with that dollar amount. So what do I mean? So I think Dr. Thompson mentioned what they did off the cuff, but I think I would rather see exactly in more detail. If you did RFP, who are responded, what was the pros and cons of the other systems considered, and what made this the best, superior system. That comment isn't a minimization of how great that system that we were showed is, but as fiduciaries of our tax dollars, I believe that I can't vote on such a large dollar amount without having that information. So that's kind of my concern. And secondarily, I really am wondering, what are we doing at our elementary schools? I heard a lot about the middle schools and high schools, and I'm not saying, again, I'm the last person to talk about wanting metal detectors, because if you know me, I don't agree with metal detectors in schools because of the kind of connection to prisons. But I do think that there should be some type of screening, so don't mistake what I'm saying. But I do think that what we've seen in this country, and even what we've heard from some of our teachers, is there's still some concerns in our elementary schools. And I haven't heard anything connected to our elementary schools. So again, I'm not saying it needs to be the same thing. I'm not even saying it needs to be any particular thing, but I would like to know more about what we're doing in our elementary schools. So those are my two comments or questions.
So if I might just make some comment, as it relates to our elementary schools, I think I've shared with you that our team is still in the process of researching, kind of a best model, knowing that our schools, and the majority of which are brand new buildings or newer buildings, was built with a safety protocol in mind. So we have kind of the vestibule approach where persons are buzzed in, they are stopped from entering into the main building in between the two doors, where they have access to the main office to be checked in, things of that nature. We do not at those levels yet have the metal detectors or scanners, and part of while we researched that, if we were able to have newer equipment, the plan was to redeploy some of the equipment that we do have into the elementary schools while we make some other further decisions. So we can do additional research if that is the will of the board, but we're trying to address, the entire system that just, didn't have all of those safety precautions in place, at present time. So trying to think of where were the majority of the serious safety incidents right now, and the majority of those are actually either at middle schools or high schools in that regard. But we are totally open to the direction and will of the board.
You have a comment.
Thank you very much. And one last thing that I did fail to mention. My other question was around, it'll be good for the board and others to know about, how long has our kind of research process been underway? Because I know Dr. Thompson mentioned going to school, going to some visits. So it'll be good to know which districts you visited and, how, what's that time period. It will just give us the nuanced kind of understanding. Because the last thing we want to portray is that we're making, a rash decision just to cool off some people and their concerns. What I believe, based off some past conversations, that this is something that has been ongoing for a while. So please don't mistake my comment to think that I'm saying that this just happened yesterday. But I think the public and others should know kind of what has happened and the time that it's taken to deliberately bring this forward. Even though I have heard it before, I still don't feel like I have enough details.
Sure.
So that's the last thing I wanted to say. And Dr. Hall, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, excuse me. So this is tough, right? Because there are people who are probably watching this board meeting, and their parents I know I've talked to that are expecting this board to act tonight on this. And so there's a certain urgency that I think we're all being asked to pay attention to and be considerate of, right? And so candidly, I'm torn because, I understand the points that Dr. Akbar that you make, and agree with most of it. But my internal struggles I sit here right now in this chair is, and I'm just being transparent, is, if we delay, we wait another couple weeks, how do we message or explain that to parents who are looking for us to act right now today? And I don't have a great answer as I sit here. And there's the logical part of my brain that says, we could wait 2 weeks and all we do is push the timeline back 2 weeks, right? So just not a big deal. But I also know that this is not a situation that lends itself necessarily to logic in every case, right? And that's okay because we are talking about people's kids, right? And so I'm conflicted as I sit here. I do. And I'm unclear too with regard to my colleagues. I know we talked about the razor blade in the bag, and so I guess there are, and I guess we're going to get to this later in the board meeting, because I think this is a resolution, right, that we're going to have to, make a decision on tonight. But I don't know if I've heard enough from my colleagues, and I know that it's 8:45 at night. And I know that a lot of us have had long days. But before we get to the resolution, and procedurally, maybe we need to get there and maybe reopen it for some conversation. But I just want to better understand, because we all have folks that we're connected to in this community that have, I'm sure, voiced their opinions to each of you. And it would be helpful for me to hear a bit more. A bit more from my colleagues on this topic too, and so yeah, I'm torn, and because this is a situation. I think this is a situation that requires urgency. I'm reticent to delay it. I understand the very good arguments you make to delay it a few more weeks. I'm torn right now in this moment. I just wanted to say that because if you ask me right now, this moment, which way I'm leaning, I don't have a good answer for you. I think I need to hear more. And so, there's a saying that if something's not a clear yes, it's a clear no. And so, but I just need to hear more from my colleagues here at this table about what your thoughts are on moving forward with approving something like this, because I think this is something that the board needs to be unified in. Like, this is not to me, this isn't the topic of a split vote. I think that, I think the community is counting on us to be unified in what we're supporting or not supporting. And so now, granted, I can't control how people vote in these resolutions, but again, I just would kind of like to hear more from those of you at the table, and I'll be quiet, so that way, if you want to weigh in with additional commentary on how you feel about moving forward with this. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hall. And to respond briefly, acting tonight doesn't mean we have to approve every measure that comes before us. That's not acting. Acting is also setting a path forward and expectations for how we engage moving forward. So there's multiple different ways to act. There's not just one way to act. So I just wanted to say that, and I think that the community is looking at us to act, but also not to act rashly, right? And so, my concerns are more so just, gaining more information. Now, we do have a special board meeting where if we receive that additional information, I would be comfortable voting on the device personally. That's me. So I think that's something. We also have the ability that we could schedule another special meeting just to finalize that if we needed to. So I'm not saying that we want to do that, but we have several options at our disposal. So I wanted to just put that out there, and I would be in favor, since you asked, for us to table the 23.2 until we got a better understanding of the process, and then moving forward with it for myself. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't start upgrading the cameras and all of those things, which I think is secondary and a part. So that's my thoughts. Any other thoughts before we move on? Ms. Jackson?
Yeah. I don't really have a thought. We were talking about, you said you wanted to hear. I'm ready to vote for it today. If I had to vote today, it would be a clear yes for me. But I'm only one vote. I felt as though the security, I felt as though the information that was provided was enough for me. Statements were made about. He made statements about that they did research other companies and facilities, and I know it does seem like it can be biased because this young man here represents the security company, but he, you did say you're an engineer, right? And so when he was explaining and doing comparatives, that's something we can Google as far as their equipment and compared to others in the area and where they rate as far as the accuracy and the level of which they detect things. For me, just to give the rationale, I'm very comfortable in lieu of what's been happening to give a yes vote today. I wouldn't need to wait. But again, I'm only one vote.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. All right, anyone? Ms. Autry, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Dr. Hall, in response to your question, as I'm looking, we have a lot of proactive and responsive measures that are already in place that we probably need to amplify. In terms of just the equipment alone, I mean, that's not going to be available to us until spring anyway. And so I am open to the will of the board, but in terms of the equipment, I think a week or two is not going to make a significant difference because that equipment is not expected, to be fully implemented until April anyway. And, as a person who's unfortunately been in a position as a parent and a volunteer who's waited for many years, I can personally say that, I don't want people to be at risk or in danger, but we do have to be, fiduciaries, as you explained, Dr. Akbar. So I want everybody to be safe, but I will, go with the will of the board.
Thank you. Ms. Alexander?
Yes, this was Dr. Thompson, too. Ms. Autry mentioned April. April is when we're saying the process will be completed, or you're saying that the cameras won't get here and all that stuff won't be here until April? I want to make sure that's clear, because I thought it said the timeline we would have it in.
And 6 to 8 weeks is the timeline. So there's different timelines depending on what product.
Right.
We're talking about the metal detectors. We're talking mid-February to be fully implemented. The camera system's about 3 months to get, schools will come online like a domino effect. So you'll start to see camera systems come online, some faster than others, but completed in totality in a 3-month installation. That's the software and servers. The new cameras themselves are going to we're just going to be picking them off, the ones that start with the most dysfunctional and oldest ones, and just work our way through. That'll take us, that's less of a pressing issue, as the software and servers will at least make them function appropriately. And then the bag scanner is 12 to 16 weeks lead time on the bag scanner. So we're going to have we would have the metal detectors up approximately 2 months, a month and a half to 2 months before the bag scanners would come in. So what that means, will still the biggest piece of making it go quickly are the metal detectors, because where we'll still do the same process you saw on the screen, it just won't go through a bag screen. It'll just be a table and a person hand looking through them until we get the bag screeners in. But I can tell you that Don and I did our homework on this. We feel like we did due diligence. This wasn't overnight. That's a 37-year police officer, a 7-year chief of police. He's worked these machines. He's worked for the where did you work? The courthouse?
I worked across the street at the Coca Courthouse for about 7 years for a private company that contracted with the Marshal Service. So I'm very familiar with those machines. They sent me to Brunswick, Georgia, to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center to be trained on how to use them. Smith is state of the art. I mean, it's the best X-ray machine out there. There's 2 competing companies, Rapascan and Smith. Smith is more expensive. It's a better machine. That's what we're asking for. So some of the concerns I'm hearing, we have some flexibility in the configuration of how we have our screening process. If you're really concerned about catching every single thing that comes in there, we can start with the X-ray machines. Every bag goes through it. We can catch those items if you were concerned about it. It wouldn't move as quickly. It would certainly be quicker than hand searching now. Start with put every bag through it, use the metal detector person after they've handed off the bag. You have that flexibility. All those concerns.
And we can randomize it, as was mentioned. Maybe we don't bag screen every single time.
I know our debate is coming nearer to the end, but as you continue the debate, please use the microphones. We're having some folks reach out online, and I think it's important for the record.
I apologize. So just that we can randomize it and some days do all the bags through, and it's going to take longer, but that will catch that and at least keep kids on their toes. Again, no plan is full. No plan works every single time to catch every single thing, but I do believe it would significantly improve safety in our schools. You know, as I mentioned, he has 20 or 37 years experience. I have 20 years in the Marine Corps, 15 years as a military police. So I feel like you have two people here who may not be the resolute experts on everything security-wise, but I think you're in pretty good hands, and I would ask you to trust in the people you hired.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
I just had a question procedurally. So I'm looking at, so there's the resolution, and then there's items that are in 23. And I'm only asking Dr. Akbar because you had mentioned the possibility of approving some and not all. I think you mentioned approving cameras as opposed to machines. So the resolution actually includes everything in it. And then we've got the business affairs recommendations that have it listed out sort of bullet point by bullet point. So I guess my question for Mr. Pendleton is, if we approved, let's say we approved, you know, the items in business affairs that covered the camera, but didn't approve the items that were the machines, and we passed the resolution, have we undone ourselves there? So that's the point that I need clarity on, if we're considering the route of approving some and not all.
I would take a moment to look at all the business affairs recommendations and make sure they were comprehensively covered in the resolution. If they were, and an individual board member said, I either vote no or abstain on a specific item, then it would not be covered, it would not proceed, if that was the intent.
So procedurally, would that board member have to say it at the time of voting on the resolution, or is this, because again, the resolution as it currently is constituted lists, and it's pretty thorough here, right? I mean, it's pretty thorough, you know, but it lists those four areas, right? Whereas has the wide security camera system, has the additional need for increased metal detecting, right? For example, the deployment of bag scanning units, right? So we're approving a series of dollars that ostensibly would be that we use to purchase all of those items in totality. So that's why I'm asking procedure. I'm a little hazy on this. You know, do we have? I mean, does a resolution? So would the resolution hypothetically have to be redrafted to pull some language out? For example, if we only wanted to approve the camera software system. So can this resolution as is be used to approve only the camera software system? I guess is the question I'm asking. And that's the part where I'm hazy on.
I'm looking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And again, we can come back to it in a few minutes. I don't know if we're voting on it right now. I mean, we might have a few minutes, but that's where, again, I'm asking this question because I know that there might be a middle pathway here that I'm trying to chart for folks who are interested in that. And so as I'm hearing from my colleagues, what I'm hearing is there are some folks who are happy to vote for the whole thing right now tonight, and there are some folks that would rather wait to vote on it, and there are some who've mentioned the possibility of approving some and not all. So I just want to make sure that we all have a good understanding of procedurally what we're talking about. Does that make sense?
I would say the following after just a brief review, because it's multiple items under business affairs and the resolution, and just hearing the discussion, I would recommend that we would rewrite the entire section. Because if it's not crystal clear for everyone, I'd hate to put the board in a position where that's not what I said on the record. So we would need to rewrite the resolution and the corresponding consent agenda items to connect to it.
Roger that. So really the options in front of us tonight are either approve it or disapprove it, but there's no approving part of it tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can, upon review, if we have a little bit more time, I know we have a lengthy agenda, a couple more components, we can sit down with our team and get through that. If there's components that the board, again, when there's a motion and a second, and there's other board debate, we could sit down recess for a few minutes and try to put that together if there's components of this that the board wants to proceed with.
Yeah.
Or we also have additional board meetings scheduled in the near future. We have time to renotice them. We can take future action.
Gotcha.
I also want to be mindful because I've heard it said a couple of times about it's 2 weeks or it's just 2 weeks moving it back. We're getting ready for Christmas break. So if we approve today, as I understood it, it's 6 to 8 weeks from the day that the board approved it. Is that correct? Okay, so.
For some, early February for others, right? Like a domino effect.
Exactly. That's what I wanted you to say. I mean, that's what I was thinking you were going to say. So what will happen is we got kids, so we're going to be out 2 weeks for the break, come back after the new year. And then, usually after breaks, you have to go through procedural, retrain, getting kids more acclimated to school. And it just seems to me it would be within that time. Now we're closer to the timeline of rolling this out versus it's being pushed out. Another thing I want to address is that I remember when you get security systems on your home and they say how burglars sometimes are more deterred by certain alarm systems, or if they know that you have alarm system, that they're not going to be amped to kick your door as they may your neighbor who they don't believe has an alarm system. And so I just believe, just in my personal opinion, that these metal detectors, to this degree, being seen at the schools in lieu of everything that's happened will cause students to rethink in a more stronger way what they may try to come in when they know every day they're coming through this metal detector, and it's more likely they will be caught than not.
Thank you. Anything else? If not, we will move forward.
Well, just a quick comment. I didn't think about it that way, that you can, if it's 6 to 8 weeks lead time, you can chew up a couple of those weeks because of break, where kids wouldn't be in school anyway, and we're marching towards that time of delivery. I hadn't thought about it like that. So having said that, though, I'm real aware of supply chain issues that are going on. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. So, hypothetically, if this gets approved, we say 6 to 8 weeks. Is 6 to 8 weeks really 10 to 12? Or really 12 to 14? Are we talking 6 to 8? Like for real? For real, 6 to 8 weeks.
Everything's transparent. We give you 6 to 8 weeks and 6 to 8 weeks. We don't play with safety. So if this is what you guys want to do, we'll make it happen.
One of the considerations was the fact that this company is local, and so that we had the ability to work with them both in the training aspect of it, but also in the timeliness of implementation. There are a range of, products out there on the market. So I'm not saying that this is the only direction that we could have gone in, but part of the appeal in this was the local proximity to us as a school district, as well having the more state-of-the-art, a higher level of tool. The fact that a peer district has used this tool and so is also in the process of that. So again, we've talked to our colleagues in some of the other urban Big 8, and not everyone is using the same tool. But then I, as a superintendent, too, am listening to the expertise of our safety director, and then also our chief operating officer that does have a safety background as well. So we can provide additional information, but just want to reinforce that this was the recommendation of those charged with that task.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move to the approval of the previous meeting minutes. The regular meeting minutes on 28 November 2022 and the special meeting on 28 November 2022. Is there a motion on the table?
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Ms. Alexander. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Ms. Autry. Any discussion about the previous meeting minutes? Hearing and seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton?
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to personnel recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
Sure. I wish to recommend the approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16.
Thank you very much. We have received personnel recommendations from Madam Superintendent. Is there a motion on the table?
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Ms. Autry, I believe, right?
Second.
Okay. Seconded by Mr. Alexander. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. McKittrick, Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes, thank you. The last several meetings, I've voted no on any ESSER spending, and so that will continue tonight. And I want to give a brief explanation for that. It's not because I disagree with the personnel positions or the services or the programs, but my reasons are twofold. One, what happens when these funds are exhausted? How will these things be funded or maintained? What kind of strain will it put on the general fund if those things then have to be absorbed by the general fund? And will other things have to be cut? Second, we have almost 2 years yet to spend these ESSER dollars, and what if once these funds are exhausted, then something of equal or greater value comes along that's some kind of service or programming or position? So my no vote is not, again, because I disagree with what's being purchased. It's with the funding that's being used. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on personnel recommendations?
Yeah.
Dr. Hall.
Yeah, so I just would echo Ms. McKittrick's comments as well. I mean, I have the same exact concerns, and I've tried to vote identically to Ms. McKittrick on these items. I think I've missed a few, but for the same reasons, right? I mean, I think that, and it's something that we've talked about before, about wanting to understand sort of what is the sustainability plan. I mean, we talk about the set aside of X number of dollars, but I don't know that we've talked with enough specificity in my opinion about what stays and what goes. And I've said I've said as we hire people, utilizing these ESSER 3 funds and those dollars go away, what then is the plan for those folks' employment? And I still don't think we've appropriately addressed that. Now that's my opinion, right? And so I'm still with Ms. McKittrick that there needs to be more conversation about that. Because again, folks have families and house payments and car payments and and I don't want to see us employ people and then when these ESSER dollars go away, and we've only set aside X number of dollars, that not knowing who is and who isn't on the and I hate to use this phraseology, but on the cut list, or chopping block, if you will, like who's safe and who's not safe. And I think right now it's very nebulous. We don't know. I mean, I don't know as a board member, who's safe and who's not safe in 2 years. And so that's something that I'm going to ask for again as we sort of pause here. But again, I'll be voting identically to Ms. McKittrick for the same reasons.
Anything else? Anyone else? Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton?
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
No on 6.1, 7.2, and 11.3. Yes on the balance.
Thank you. Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
I'm voting identically to Ms. McKittrick. I do want to, Ms. McKittrick, I think you probably meant 11.4. That was the ESSER 3 one as opposed to 11.3. Just wanted to.
11.4.
Yep. And,
Thank you.
And I will echo the same vote as Ms. McKittrick.
Thank you. That's
Thank you very much. We now move to resolutions and motions on the consent agenda. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in Category 22. They are in proper format. I move for their approval, please.
Thank you very much. The resolutions and motions on the consent agenda have been recommended by the superintendent. Is there a motion on the table?
So moved.
And then probably moved by Ms. Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Perry. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Again, this is that decision point, right, that we were just talking about. So this is Category 21. And so there's item 21.8, which is the resolution that we've been talking about. So this is the point where we're voting up or down on either all of these, or yes on some and no on others. Mr. Pendleton?
Yes, for clarification for the board from our previous discussion, the urgent necessity in 19.8, the resolution and motion following in 21.8, and the corresponding business affairs items of 23.2, 23.18, 23.19, and 23.17 go together.
All right. So, okay.
So if we approve 21.8, then we're approving this purchase.
We're approving the whole thing.
The entire thing, okay.
Yeah.
No, for clarification, if you approve 21.8 and board members record a no vote on 23.2, 23.18, 23.19, 23.17, I don't believe that the board is given authority to proceed with those purchases.
So for clarity, for Mr. Perry's point, that if we voted yes on 21.8, you could still vote no on one of the other items, and all of those other items move forward. Is that what you're saying?
What I was saying before was I believe that they're all married together, and there wouldn't be clear enough information, I believe, for both the board and the public if there's splitting these votes apart in any way whatsoever. If you do proceed with consent agenda, we are going to move to the next section. If we move to the next section and a board member votes no on any one of those four items, then I would think that we would need to come back and clarify those items at a future board meeting. So I do believe that they are all married together. Chance to revise them, rewrite them tonight, rewrite them for a future board meeting, renotice a future board meeting. However, I think they're all connected at this point.
So one no would make the whole void, even if majority is or yes? Is that what you're saying?
That would be my recommendation, yes.
Go ahead, Bruce.
If we vote the resolution, let me back up. We're voting for this resolution. We voted down. One person votes down. That means it doesn't go. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's not an all or nothing. It's still a majority board vote. I'm just saying that the consent agenda is really tied to the individual items in the business affairs.
Right.
That's what's unclear because that's what we're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, yeah.
Yeah, it's a no. I'm saying, so are you saying that a majority vote would not carry for this to pass?
Oh, it's still a majority vote, yes.
That's what the question is.
So then, Ryan, what you're saying then is that if 21.8 is voted for in favor of, whether it be majority vote, I think part two, I think was what Mr. Alexander was getting at as well. So I think he was asking if any board member votes no on any of the items in 23.8 that support the resolution, would that cancel the resolution? And I think the answer will be no, because you would need a majority of the board to vote no on the individual item in 23.8. I'm sorry, in 23. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Okay. So we will go ahead and move forward then.
So are we all clear on, Joe?
Not 100% though.
Okay. So you want to explain it one more time?
Yeah, let's go one more time.
Yeah.
So right now, 22.1, approval of consent. There's a motion and second. Discussion's been taken. The majority, still a majority of board vote. So we do need to take that vote. That motion's on the floor. If we get to the business affairs items individually, the same goes, right? So let's get through consent, and then procedurally, let's take the next step. That's the motion on the floor.
So
Okay.
and I think that's the confusion. So we can move forward with supporting or voting on the consent items on the consent agenda. I'm assuming if there's an issue, let's say with one of those items, we could take that item separately, correct?
Well, that's in 23. That's where we would do that. It'd be in section 23. Because you can vote no on any of the items in section 23 that then feed into that resolution.
Okay, so let's just move forward then and see. Is everybody at least clear? Okay, so any other discussion on the resolutions and motions on the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton.
Mrs. McKittrick.
No on 21.8, yes on the balance.
Dr. Akbar.
I'm going to say yes for all of them. And just 21.8, not in agreement with the machines.
Yeah.
So you're no on 21.8.
If it can't be amended, then the answer will be yes. It will be a no.
Yeah, we don't have an amended resolution in front of us, so it's either
Okay,
yes or
so then
no.
it's a no on 21.8. Yep.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We now move to business affairs recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend the approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
Thank you very much. It's been moved forward by Madam Superintendent for the business affairs recommendations. Is there a motion on the table?
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Mr. Perry, seconded by Ms. Autry. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
So again, I feel, to be fair, because I want to make sure that we've got clarity on this too, right? So, whether you voted yes or no on 21.8, you still can vote yes or no on individual items that make up sections that were in 21.8. So, right. So if you voted yes on 21.8, but you don't like the metal detectors, you can vote no on that item, and if the majority of us vote no on that item, then that part from the resolution would not move forward. That's my understanding.
That's correct.
Okay. So I say that because, again, this is the place where if people were on the fence about the resolution, like now this is the section where you can vote no on individual components of the resolution that we just passed. And so if the majority of us vote no on, for example, like the cameras, that part of the resolution wouldn't move forward, but the rest of it would. So this is the part where this is the a la carte portion of the presentation, I guess is my point. So we can take it, Anyway, so I just want to make sure that we're all, to be fair to everybody, that make sure that we know what we're voting for here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Any other discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did have one more question. So how are we? My question was I just make sure. I mean, can you clarify, Mr. Penland, the funding source for the security equipment?
Which item?
No. I know it's ESSER 3. And I know it's ESSER 3, but and grant too. Right.
The safety
But
grant
I
from the
asked the
state.
question because I know that there'll probably be folks who ask, like, well, wait, we can use ESSER 3 funds on security equipment. Like, help me understand that. So again, so if you just want to if you could just explain that for a minute.
Well, it's an allowable expense for safety, security, social, emotional well-being of students. I mean, there's a list of those. They're fairly broad, but it definitely qualifies.
Okay. All right.
Okay, any other discussion? Ms. Autry.
Thank you. I just also wanted to point out, too, I think we already voted on accepting the Ohio Safety Grant. That also helps fund this. And I just also wanted to express appreciation for the fact about the scanners, freeing up that time for first period, allowing us to get back to education. I know we're talking about safety, security. I do think that bagging, scanning equipment is especially important as well, so we can get our students back in the classrooms. Thank you.
Yep, great.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
No on 23.1, 23.2, 23.8, 23.17, 23.18, 23.19, yes on the rest.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar.
No on 23.2, yes on the rest.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
No on 23.1 and yes on the rest.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We now move to Superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
So I'm sorry, can I just ask just a point of clarification? I know that there are folks who are watching and who may be confused about what just happened. Can we just clarify what we just did? For folks who are watching. So, I just want to make sure that So the board just voted in favor of everything that was recommended to us tonight from in the security package. That's what we did tonight.
Yes.
Yeah. So no, I know that, but I'm saying people who are watching, they probably saw the Who's On First episode that we just put on display. So I just want to make sure people, just saying.
Right.
All
Madam Superintendent?
Yes, and so I know the hour is late, and we've had a lot of information this evening about measures that, multiple measures that are being put into place to really strengthen the state of safety in the schools. I just wanted to thank the board for devoting the time on this important topic, and to again thank all those that came to have their voices be heard and to share their perspectives with us. We continue to be listening and acting so that we can advance our efforts to ensure a more safe environment. I also want to thank the countless persons who have reached out via email or called and things of that nature. And the overwhelming message is, how can I be helpful? And so we are looking to make sure that we're taking advantage of the many persons, whether they be parents or educators or staff that are in our district and or community agencies, because we do have, as you were saying, Mrs. Autry, there are more than just one or two mental health providers who are out there. And so we're working very closely with persons like Director Amy Wade at the Adams Board, who's really calling the question of how can we be more helpful, the city, the county, different providers. So we are expanding our relationships on behalf of our students and looking at supports available for our staff. So you will continue to hear much more. Tonight will not be the only night that you'll continue to hear about this topic and the many things that that we're doing. On the academic front, I just wanted to also spend a minute because we're close to the winter holiday break. And so with that, it just brings lots of exciting festive happenings in our buildings. There are concerts, there are crafts and artwork, things of that nature. And so we're excited through the really serious planning and listening that we're engaged in to also celebrate with young people this magical time of winter and the holiday season. As we go into the break, our students will disperse on December 22nd because that begins our break for the winter until January the 4th. But we will as well be really encouraging families to join us in a few things that we're going to be reinforcing during this winter break. One being, we are going to be having a district-wide iReady K through 8 reading competition where we're going to really do all that we can to encourage our young people to do reading lessons and mathematics lessons during the winter months. We know after the first few days, they will probably have a little downtime, and we will be recognizing, we'll have a leaderboard of who's really knocking it out the park with reading and math, and then we hope to, at a future board meeting, to be able to recognize students that took advantage of that. So that's something that is coming up. We also are going to use the natural opportunity of the new year and the New Year's resolutions to partner with our families into really reinforcing expectations for schools. Everything from where their cell phones belong to really making a concerted effort to ensure that our schools are respectful learning environments, that students are following rules, are using great language. And so this is a chance for those who are already a part of the solution to be recognized and for them to be able to reinforce with their children, but even students who really want to turn over a new leaf, the new year offers that opportunity as well. So we're going to be doing some things to really promote families working with us here in the school environment to really make some commitments to everyone upping their game and being part of the solution. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we believe that one of the things that can be very helpful to students making great choices and really academically excelling is the degree to which they engage in the life of the school. And we've made an effort through the support of our ESSER funds to really increase the range of after-school offerings, whether they be for academic purposes or enrichment purposes. And so we really also want to encourage our families to make that second semester choice for their students. And we do have some students who aren't yet taking advantage of all that we offer, whether it's clubs, activities, academic supports, things of that nature. And we want to normalize the fact that every student, above and beyond their regular school day, has a way that they're plugged in extra. And so we will be promoting that. And during that second semester, we will have, again, everything from things that students like to SEL types of supports to OST types of preparation. But if parents are out there struggling with a student academically or behaviorally, we do have supports in our schools that are available for them. And so we want them to plug in to work with their teachers, their counselors, their principals, the family liaisons that are out there, and or we have Akron after-school leads in a lot of our schools. If persons want to be engaged in actually facilitating some of those clubs and activities, we're still hiring. So we also want to really promote that Akron is not only a wonderful place to teach and learn, it also is a wonderful place to work. And so there are a multitude of opportunities in which if you're interested or if you know someone who really has talents and really wants to be a part of the solution with our children, please encourage them to get involved. Lastly, I will say we have had a multitude of outreach from not only the Divine Nine, but also many, many organizations have stepped forward to say we are willing to be more engaged and to, again, be a part of the solution to supporting all of our children to reach their full potential. So we are having teams that are meeting with those organizations and or individuals, and we'll continue to share more about that with the board. Thank you. That concludes my formal update. And I think this is one of our last meetings, though, before the winter break. So just want to wish all of our families and to each of you board members as well a very safe and enjoyable holiday season.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Madam Superintendent? Seeing none, we will move to President's report. I also had the opportunity just to share a few things about what's happened since the last meeting. I had the opportunity to go to Rita Dove's event as well, and also with a few other board members have dinner with her and her husband and Mr. Rosen and their family, and it was a really good opportunity for us, and hearing her connection to the school as well as the impact that it's had was really amazing. Also, I just returned yesterday from Cube, and Miss Alexander and Miss Autry already talked about their experiences. I want to highlight one presentation that I saw, which was from the Genius Project, focusing on coding and technology asset-based learning opportunities for our students instead of deficit framing. And it was a fascinating presentation, what the young men in the videos, as well as those that were speaking at the program from that program was just phenomenal. They have, spread throughout the country, just opening in Detroit and Boston and some other places. And I happened to sit at lunch with two of the people. I think Bruce was there with me. Actually three of them, all three of them, and was able to have a chance to talk with them on the side. And so best believe I talked up Akron and the possibility of making Akron one of their next sites. And they didn't say no immediately, so I took that as a win. And we did connect. And so hopefully we can have opportunity to have a more conversation about that as a great partnership for our district. Also, and I think we can save this for the next meeting, and we might have to, again, add that to our notice, but we also, as a board, at our last meeting, had an opportunity to speak with 5 different councils law firms in search for a board council, separate and distinct from our district council. And we as a board, we met them, which is what we said we wanted to do. And secondarily, we said we wanted to make a decision, which might also mean bringing a few back for further discussion. So I was going to open it up for the discussion for our pleasure, but I think we're going to do that at our next meeting. So I wanted to put that out there to the board to be prepared for that, and also to Mr. Pendleton to make sure that we renotice that meeting to add that to the agenda item. And I had some other words that I was going to share just about being in leadership for the last 3 years. As we move into the new year, we will get new leadership. And so as we pass the gavel, I'll make some more formal remarks at that time. But I did want to just highlight briefly 3 things that I thought were some great successes that we've had, even in times of discomfort, right? So the number one I think we saw fully on display today and in many of our meetings is that we made our meetings more accessible in two ways. By one, eliminating the vetting for who comes to address the board. We made it barrier-free, easy for people to do, and they could sign up the same day. So I would like to say that the board made a paradigmatic decision to do that. And as public officials, this body should be open to hear from those who agree with us and those that disagree. And that's how we make a full decision. So I wanted to say that. The other thing we did was we voted to live stream all of our meetings, which is another way to make that accessible to people who may not be able to come down here and fill our rooms like we had today, but still want to hear and know what we're doing. And so I think we doubled down on that audacious pillar and principle of being focused on transparency and equity within this time. And the last thing I wanted to just share is that we also unveiled our guiding priorities and vision with Advanced APS, the 3 and 3 plan, which was adopted as the visionary guide for this district with detailed priorities and goals in it. And it really serves as the foundation for what we do, and all other documents and priorities stem from Advanced APS. And we used it as we hired our superintendent, and we'll continue to use those 3 priorities of achievement, equity, and engagement to guide our work. So with that being said, I'm going to end by saying I'm proud of this board. I'm appreciative of your trust in me leading you over the last 2 years as president and 1 year as vice president. It's definitely been an honor. We have not faced the smoothest of roads, but we have traversed them all together. And I appreciate being able to sit next to and with and among all of you. And it's something that, as we think about going into 2023 and ending this thankful season, I wanted to just say publicly for everyone around this table and in this room and even in the audience how thankful I am of each of you for being invested in our schools and in our youth's future. We may not always agree on everything, which is not a problem. We shouldn't always agree on everything. But the fact that we are all invested, that we all are here, and that we all want to see the best for our kids and our community is what I'm thankful for. And so I appreciate every one of you, and I hope that we continue to work together and strengthen ourselves and our relationships. So with that being said, that is my report. Any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, we will move to Treasurer's Report. Mr. Pendleton.
I'd like to take some time to talk more about Robert's Rules of Order. I'm just kidding. No report.
I think that's where I say out of order, right? Thank you very much, Mr. Pendleton. Any questions for Mr. Pendleton? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go to committee reports. Mr. Alexander, Legal, Contracts, and Board Policy.
No report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Legal, Contracts, and Board Policy Committee? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move to Finance and Capital Management. Ms. Autry.
No report.
Any questions for Finance and Capital Management? Hearing and seeing none, we will move to Instructional Policy and Student Achievement. And I'm going to say everyone who's on that committee.
Very long report. No report.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McKittrick. Next, we have Equity Committee. No report. Okay, so moving on. Dr. Hall.
No report.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We do not have any unfinished business or new business to come before the board, but we do have a need to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 for the purposes of considering the employment of a public employee or official of the school district. G3, to conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject to pending or imminent court action. And G4, for the purposes of reviewing negotiations and bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation, other terms and conditions of employment. Is there a motion on the table as I catch my breath?
Second.
Mr. Alexander, it's been properly moved by Ms. Alexander, seconded by Dr. Hall. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now will stand into recess into executive session. We will likely have an item to take action on when we return. And so we stand in recess at 9:40. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Sure. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the regularly scheduled board meeting of the Akron Public Schools Board of Education on 12 December 2022. We have just returned from executive session. As we do have two items of action, we will entertain a motion to approve the interim treasurer / CFO contract for Todd Atkins. Is there a motion? No, we're doing.
Okay, so moved.
It's been properly moved by Dr. Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mrs. McKittrick. Any discussion about the motion on the interim treasurer CFO contract for Todd Atkins? Hearing and seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are excited to work with Mr. Atkins in the next few months as our interim treasurer. I will work with Dr. Hall and Ryan to have a joint meeting with him as we do that transition, and wanted to thank Ryan for his service as our interim treasurer as well for the last few months. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we do have one other item. Is there a motion on the table? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry.
I hereby move that the board affirms the superintendent's decision that Henry Todd's harassment complaint is unsubstantiated pursuant to board policy and administrative guideline 33.3362.
Thank you very much. It's been properly moved to support the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Dr. Hall. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing and seeing none, we will do a roll call vote, please. Mr. Pendleton.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Mrs. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Thank you.
As there's no other business to come before this board, we will entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been properly moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Hall. We stand in adjournment at 11:49. Thank you very much. See you all at the special board meeting, which is, no, the 19th. The 19th. Thank you.